Hi, Manan.
Hi.
Show me your face. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, clearly.
Okay. And can you see me properly?
All the best.
Yeah. And just check your YouTube also.
Okay, wait. Yeah, it's live on YouTube.
Madhur, it's going to be 9, so shall we start?
Thank you, everyone, for joining in. Firstly, I'd like to thank everyone who has helped get this meeting together. Dr. Rohit Azad and Mr. Ankur Gupta for helping out with the IT, the Zoom and YouTube, and Monika ji for her poster design, and Miss Prakriti and Dr. Rohit for helping with the poster, and also Monika ji for helping with the write-up of the speaker introduction. So, I'm Madhur, and I'd like to start with my story. So, I was born and brought up in Delhi. I studied in Sardar Patel Vidyalaya for 14 years, and then after I studied sociology at Hindu College, and then I studied law at University of Warwick in England, and I came back and I practiced law, and I've lived in Delhi for almost 40 years of my life. And when I had a child, I have a 6-year-old son, and when I had a child, that's when we started realizing that we'll have to move out of Delhi in peak pollution months. So every year during from about October to February, I would take him to Dehradun. So this happened for about 5 years, and then we decided that one second, just 1 second. Yeah, and then we decided every year we would take him to Dehradun for about 5 months. And then as he grew older, he started going to school, it became harder. The child needed stability. He needed his friends, he needed one place, and needed to go to school. So we decided to move to Bangalore, and this year we made the move. And let me tell you that it is not hard to raise a child in Delhi NCR. Um, Keeping a child indoors causes all kinds of issues, such as the child gets gravitated towards the mobile phone and TV, which is a huge problem on its own. And doing this half and half Dehradun, half Delhi, is also very difficult. And moving away from the city due to air pollution is also very difficult, because in some cases it also splits up the family. For example, if the husband is an earning member and he's in Delhi NCR, and then the mother child are away from the city, so it has a lot of all these three living in Delhi, doing half and half, living away from Delhi. All three are not good. All three are very difficult situations. So therefore the only solution is fighting for clean air, because really there is no place to run. Even as I speak in Bangalore, the air quality is not good. And the biggest problem is that not only is this a pan-India problem, but the causes of air pollution are the same all over the country, are similar all over the country, and city after city are falling in the trap of Delhi. When I speak to people in Bangalore and I tell them about the air pollution in Delhi, they say, "But we follow Delhi. Delhi is our model. So whatever Delhi does, the rest of the metros are going to follow. If Delhi decides to really put up a war against air pollution, the entire country will. They will realize that this is a problem that we have to deal with." And the reason why I fight for this cause is not just because it's a pan-India problem, but because Delhi is my home, and I have family living there, and and um, and since it's a pan-India problem, we have to fight it head on. Because if you want to go abroad, then living abroad has its own set of challenges. So I feel that this is our motherland, and we should try our best to just control the situation and tackle it head on. Um, the causes that are there in Delhi exist in rest of the cities as well. For example, vehicular pollution, unplanned construction, construction dust, road dust, waste burning, stubble burning also. For example, I've seen stubble burning in Goa. So, and I also see that each cause of pollution has an associated lobby. I mean, this is my understanding and my observation. For example, automobile lobby, construction and builder lobby for the construction dust, and petrol diesel lobby, perhaps even a garbage lobby. So, and we know what lobbies ultimately do. So this is going to be this is a huge problem that requires a lot of people to come together and solve it. It cannot be solved by just an individual, or if we speak individually in scattered ways. We have to stay united and speak in one united voice. So I just want to get some basic facts out there. Firstly, pollution in Delhi is now almost about 10 out of 12 months. Delhi is fairly okay to live in only in the months of July, August, and half of September. And that is also thanks to the rain and the wind gods. It's not like there is any action plan against air pollution that the air quality becomes better. Secondly, I remember it was my parents' wedding anniversary. It was an open air party in November in India International Center, and in 2005. And someone described Delhi ki meethi, said Delhi ki meethi sardi. The Delhi ki meethi sardi no longer exists, friends. February and March used to be beautiful spring months. And now they're just dusty and polluted, and the seasons just seem to change from winter to suddenly hot. There is no spring. And the World Health Organization, the recommended air quality guideline level of WHO is PM 2.5 equal to 5. It is 5, friends. So you can imagine, you can calculate what is our PM 2.5 level doing to us. And another important fact about PM 2.5 is when PM 2.5 concentration is equal to 22 micrograms per cubic meter, it is equal to one cigarette. This is a study by Berkeley Earth, which is a not-for-profit organization. It is 22 PM 2.5 is equal to one cigarette. And I just want to highlight one more thing about PM 2.5. It is that it is 30 times finer than the hair, human hair. And if it goes inside, it just stays. It does not leave your body. It just stays there. And so what and why of how they started this Parents and People Against Pollution. So in March 2024, I met a senior advocate at a lawyer's gathering, and I was just talking to him about what can we do about air pollution. Because and then during the conversation, we figured that the answer will not come through the courts. The answer will possibly has not come from the government till now. Though, so it is the people who will have to come together. And then we were discussing that how many people. So I asked him, is 5,000 okay? So he was thinking. So then I put another number, 50,000. Again, he was thinking, So then I put another number, 5 lakhs. So then he said, yeah, 5 lakhs seems okay. So then that's how I came to the number of 5 lakh. Now the question is, how do we gather 5 lakh people and keep them united? Minimum 5 lakh. I feel the number should be higher, about 10. 10 lakh people. How do we get 10 lakh people and keep them united? Because for last 10 years, I have seen the courts and I've seen the government, and the answer has to come from the people. So the purpose of this group is number one, to raise awareness about causes of air pollution and health issues arising from air pollution, number one. Number two, raise awareness about related existing laws. And number three, coax the government to give us cleaner air, preferably as recommended by WHO, where PM 2.5 is 5 micrograms per cubic meter. Yeah. So now our cause of clean air has got a tremendous boost thanks to Dr. Kiran Bedi ma'am. and also the Padma awardee doctors who have come together. Now we need people from sports and we need school principals. I feel school principals have been silent for way too long, as well as athletes. So I think if they can join this cause, it will make a huge, huge difference to this cause. Now, the number of 5 to 10 lakh people, why is this number important? So, number one, loneliness. So if I'm an individual and I'm lodging a complaint, suppose there is a persistent waste burning happening outside my house, and it's a nuisance to me, and I want to do something about it. I lodge a complaint, and nothing really happens. The person stops burning for a little while, and then he restarts after a few days. The officials put in their diaries, put in their database that this complaint has been resolved, but the complainant is still not satisfied. And then he tags the authorities, and then nothing really moves. But then imagine if this person who is feeling very, very alone in this battle had the support of 5 to 10 lakh people behind him. Suppose he tagged authorities, and then we made and then we give it a boost individually as well as through our handle on Twitter, for example. Imagine the boost that the person will get. Imagine what the authorities would think, that this person is not alone, we must take him seriously. So therefore we need to have a massive social media campaign tagging the authorities for individual complaints as well as general air pollution related campaigns. So, Kiran ma'am rightly said, has rightly coined citizen police, and I would like to quote in her words: citizen police means anywhere we see a violation which is causing pollution, post it and share it, and tag the concerned authority to take action. We also tag local police and local administration for action, or we hashtag if we don't know the handles. We do this with images wherever possible. If it is a vehicle, we post the number. If it's a building, then a photo or a short video of a few seconds. Violations to grow need cover. We need to take the lid off. Now let us be the eyes and ears for our collective good. And I could not agree more with her. And with citizen police, if we can just organize ourselves in a way that when someone posts a complaint, if we can just give it a boost individually as well as through the parents and people against pollution handle, it will make a huge, huge difference. Now, another thing is that this number 5 to 10 lakhs will also make one way of getting people, weaving these 5-10 lakhs people into a community so that we stay united, is also positive ground level work. For example, we create multiple local leaders, and local leaders in every single colony. We need to have representatives everywhere in Delhi NCR. And we have to weave ourselves into a large community with collective consciousness. Now, what is collective consciousness? Collective consciousness means a shared set of beliefs, ideas, attitudes, and knowledge common to a social group, organization, or society. So we have 2 workshops, for example, planned. One is on waste management and RTI. Waste management, Monika ji is going to be conducting. And she's also speaking today. She created this community composting system in her colony very successfully, but she did face a lot of challenges. So we'll talk about that. And I would also urge people to come out as local leaders and also volunteer at ground level for whatever campaigns we start. And also, secondly, start engaging with your RWA. If the RWA, Residents Welfare Association, in your colony is good, then that's great. But if it's not effective, then you make the change. You stand for elections. And if you can't, you get your friends to stand for elections. But if you have to clean up the system, you have to start at the very base, yourself and RWA. Trust me, it is going to be a beginning of positive change. And the third aspect of the 5 to 10 lakh target is we need to become a type of vote bank. We need to be so strong and so united and so large that every single politician takes us seriously, whether they are standing for MCD elections, MLA elections, or MP elections. They take us seriously. And I think the first step is we have to go beyond the WhatsApp group. But WhatsApp has serious limitations. Even people who are interested keep coming and going. So I suggest we start with email. Get put out a form and get everyone in the group to perhaps register. They can write their email and areas of interest, and so then we'll know what the skill set is, and we can have regular meetings and brainstorming sessions as well. And another reason why we need to get out of the WhatsApp group is, I mean, we need to go beyond the WhatsApp group and make our community larger, is because the WhatsApp group also has so many users, about 800. So a friend of mine says whenever she opens her WhatsApp, there are 200 messages. So when you have 200 messages, you possibly can't see everything. And so we need to form teams going ahead based on, number one, based on skill set. For example, IT, we need a very strong IT team, so that we can set a website and do multiple things. Legal team, we need a social media team, but I would also urge everybody to just get on Twitter, to register with Twitter, and so that we can have a massive social media campaign, and individuals don't feel alone. We have to feel united and together. Then RTI team, creatives team for making posters, and online and offline, and waste manage. And then we have other teams. For example, people who can do participate in waste management activities in their colonies. We'll have a waste management team, and we need a paperwork, documentation, and representation to government team. I think Dr. Rohit and Robin and others interested could lead that. Then we need local area teams, what I just said, that we need to have representatives in every colony, local leaders and local volunteers. For example, Jangpura, Panchir Enclave, Noida, various sectors in Noida, Gurgaon, Ashok Vihar, everywhere. And Jangpura team under Akanksha, I think, has already started. They're already doing something. Um, and this local mobilization, local area mobilization will also help us to achieve the target of 5 to 10 lakh people. And the parents of school going children are extremely distressed, so we need to have a special focus group on that. So I think I plan to start a WhatsApp group just for school parents, and Kabir, Arima, Devika, Ishan, Bector can take lead in that. They've been quite vocal about school issues on the group. And also, there are a lot of people who are not well, who have serious illnesses in their families. So we can have a separate group for that as well, so that A, they don't feel alone. And number two, gradually, we can also perhaps get doctors to write air pollution as a cause on prescriptions. And thirdly, perhaps even try to get them compensation from the government. And and last thing, how do we assess how do we make an accountability of the accountability report of the government? So I suggest we don't look at AQI or the level of AQ by and PM 2.5 or whatever the government presents to us. What we look at in the long term um, is are our kids still on nebulizers? How often do they need nebulizers? How often are they falling sick? How long is the recovery period? How long are our parents living? How long are we living? What is our quality of life? Can we enjoy outdoors? Can we enjoy the sunshine, clean air outdoors? The rate of hospitalizations um, with respect to say breathlessness. So we see all these, we essentially see our health. Is our health better or worse? That will help us decide. And but in the short run, we assess how the government's performance by how responsive the government is. Suppose we file a complaint with DPCC about waste burning. How responsive is it? Are we actually getting a solution? And we can have a database with that, base of that, about how satisfied are we, and make it public. And how responsive is the municipality with our complaints? How responsive is the police with our complaint? So in the short run, the effectiveness of government can be assessed by the responsiveness. And I would just like to end by saying, by throwing this question to the audience, which is, A, how do we Yeah, how do we come together, 10 lakh people, and stay united? Number one. And secondly, how do we take this energy of about 800 people forward? So we can take this up for brainstorming. You can share your views there. Thank you so much for listening to me so patiently. And next speaker is Mr. Dhar Gupta. He's a keynote speaker today. He is a well-documented victim of air pollution in Delhi who went on to become a clean air activist and entrepreneur. He founded Our Right to Breathe, a citizens' movement, and Nirvana being a clean air solutions business. He was on the first air pollution task force created by Delhi government in 2015, which actioned the first odd even. During COVID, he lost his resolve to reduce emissions at source in Delhi and decided to approach the problem through the creation of carbon sinks through rewiring, which led to Rajaji Raghatti biosphere. Um, Rohit, Dr. Rohit, can you get Mr. Dhar Gupta on, please? Unmute.
Yeah, he can start on his own. Yeah.
Yeah, hi, good morning, everyone. So I have an interesting journey, and I'm going to keep this very, very personal. Talking about my journey with the environmental situation at hand, and also some of my learnings from it. So my name is Jay. I am possibly the most well-documented victim of air pollution in India. In 2013, I was training for a marathon, and one evening I couldn't breathe. I was rushed to the ICU. They found a patch in my lungs. I lost 40% lung function, early COPD, and I was diagnosed with allergic rhinitis and bronchial asthma. This is in October 2013. I didn't immediately connect the dots to air pollution. That realization happened in October 2014. In November 2014, my son, who was at a leading school in Delhi, asthmatic son, was playing as children do in the school gardens. Had an asthma attack. The school was unable to manage the attack. By the time they got him to the hospital and an ICU, he had turned blue. He was out of breath. They had to administer an epinephrine injection into his heart to revive him. The writing was on the wall. This became personal to me, and I really attacked the PM and the CM's office. I mean, really, I went to town. Anybody and everybody who would listen, I was talking about air pollution. That is also the time that I became aware about PM 2.5 and the ills of it. And, this was not something that I could ignore. Luckily, in February in 2015, WHO's report, it's ironical that I say luckily, but this topic gained importance because Delhi moved from being the number two, second worst air quality city in the world to the worst air quality city in the world in February 2015. That's when the WHO report came out that said Beijing is number two and Delhi is number one. So we were quite comfortable being number two, but the moment we became number one, our incoming chief minister, Mr. Kejriwal, thought, oh my God, now I'm forced to kind of do something with it. So he reached out and, asked me to chair this air pollution task force for the Delhi government, representation from CPCB, DPCB, of course, the health minister, Mr. Jain. Uh, Nobody on that task force knew anything about air pollution. It's really sad that I have been part of kind of that air pollution task force. I have been part of creating and redrafting the National Clean Air Program for the non-attainment cities of India, 132 cities. We're still misrepresenting the problem. If you ask anybody in DPCB, CPCB, and if you see all the actions on the ground, it's all to reduce dust. While I was on that task force, every meeting, DPCB and CPCB would only call out dust, that Delhi's problem is dust, India's problem is dust. Nobody spoke about PM 2.5. And that's the killer. That's the killer in this room. And that's still a pollutant that nobody is talking about. And what's really sad is that, or maybe not sad is not the right word. The irony is that as we move to smarter, smarter fuels like, CNG, LPG, your pollutants are getting smaller. So really, we should be, as a country that has the worst air pollution record on the planet, we should be measuring PM.3, we should be measuring PM.5, we should be measuring PM1. We are so behind the ball. We are still targeting PM10. And PM10 is not, I mean, fine, it'll irritate your eyes, it just niggles. It's not going to kill you. PM10 has never killed anyone, and PM10 will never kill anyone. So we're not even focused on the right problem. If you talk about the entire government machinery, I don't think there's anybody in government. If your advisors from CPCB and DPCB are still talking about reducing PM10, we're not even focused on the right problem. Okay. Hence, you see all this sprinkling and all this nonsense, which is absolutely counterproductive. We are wasting energy. We are wasting water. These smog guns and whatnot are creating traffic jams, which is creating more pollution of PM 2.5. The smog gun trucks that are moving themselves, belong to like World War II era. They're burning diesel and producing huge amounts of carbon, PM 2.5. So we're focused on the wrong problem, right? Odd even happened because, I was able to design something that where, the Aam Aadmi Party would get relief getting from point A to point B quickly, and the rich person in a private car, would be inconvenienced, and they didn't vote for Kejriwal. So that's why he did it. It was again very, very political. For me, I don't care for Aam Aadmi or BJP or any government for that matter. I'm politically agnostic. My allegiance is with health and environment. My goals were very clear. Awareness precedes change. Okay. 50 million people in NCR and the rest of the country need to become aware about air pollution. Unless we become aware, we don't change behavior. And air pollution requires serious behavioral change through policy or without policy. Once you become, aware, each and every person on this group and, in this country needs to change behavior and say, okay, this is what I'm doing that's creating this pollution, and I need to stop doing it, right? So air pollution requires behavioral change. It's really sad that, my fight is kind of 11 years old, right? I started late 2014 when I became aware. And at the outset, I thought, my God, parents who have, children back then and even now, they will be incited, they will be emotional, they will be passionate. My God, we are going to create a whole revolution on this and, demand clean air. And 11 years later, look at where we are. We're still, a group of 800 trying to mobilize, trying to, make this a vote bank issue, or however we're trying to do this. So, it's very interesting that my journey. Let me kind of complete my journey, and then I'll talk about kind of my realizations along the way. So in 2015, since I'm a runner myself and actually tanked and got really sick because of being active in Delhi's air, I thought, my God, it doesn't make sense to have the Airtel half marathon. It was the Airtel half marathon back then. in the month of November. Third Sunday of November was when it was usually AQI exceeding 400, maybe even 500. I got data from the Max Healthcare Group, which was the healthcare partner for that event, and every year they'd be like, "Man, we're throwing." We can't imagine how many people, how many fit people are having a cardiac arrest at this event. I mean, we are throwing everything we have. Anybody with a pulse, we're throwing at these fit people who are crashing and having a cardiac arrest. And I was just aghast. I was like, oh my God. I mean, these are like intelligent doctors and they are like hiding this data. Like, nobody kind of connect, 1 + 1 is equal to 2. I mean, I was just shocked. So I took that data and I moved to Supreme Court of India. Of course, Supreme Court kind of, understood my plea, understood what I was saying. The good news is Airtel withdrew as a sponsor from that event. Procam was forced to find somebody else. I think it's Vedanta now. And between Vedanta and Procam, they themselves realized that the event should be moved to October, where the AQI is 200, 250 in the morning and not 500. Which kind of brings in the whole question of being active or inactive, right, during the winter months, which are the only months that are amenable for you to really be outdoors. So it's a huge quality of life issue, right? Especially somebody like me. I'm a runner, I'm a swimmer. Okay, swimming at least is in the summertime. We have levels under 200, which is still not great, but heck, I mean, there's got to be a positive from being active and sweating and all of that. So um, we are still scheduling. There was this DP World Golf Tournament. At my golf club where I'm a member, AQI was ranging between 200 and 300. It just happened in October. If anybody is a golfer, they'll be aware of it. I think we just had some cricket match as well in Delhi in October. All the schools of Delhi have sports days in October, January, February, when in AQIs of over 300. Um, I have been the bad guy for many, many years. And I think you become a bad guy when there's a knowledge deficit. People are just not aware. Yesterday, for the nth time, I had another interaction with my RWA. People, come out in small numbers, but the people who come out, their jaws just drop once they learn what air pollution is. Their jaws just drop once they learn how it's cutting through their body and changing, they're creating a hormonal imbalance or, creating autoimmune deficiencies in their body. People are not aware, and it's been a lot of years of politicians kind of managing the narrative, right? It's every I can tell you with confidence that 9 out of 10 people in Delhi still believe that this is a farmer problem, this is a farm fire problem. Okay, because that's what's been fed into their brain, right? And that's, I mean, we have to just, we have to empower people. We don't have a government that's going to issue health advisories. We don't have a government that's going to tell people कि ये कर सकते हो, वो कर सकते हो. We are not seeing, we are seeing a huge hesitation. They keep, you know, मैनेजिंग द नैरेटिव अगेन. अच्छा, हम स्मोक गन कर रहे हैं, हम अगर एक और सोर्स अपोर्शनमेंट स्टडी ऑर्डर कर रहे हैं. सब कुछ डेटा है. वी हैव ऑल द सोर्स अपोर्शनमेंट स्टडीज. We have everything available to us, right? There is a apathy, there is a lack of political will, right? Why is there a lack of political will? Because there is an interesting conversation that I had with Mr. Kejriwal in 2015 when I resigned. This was, immediately after the odd even I resigned from that task force, because I was like, look, your government has no interest in this issue. This is just a waste of my time. Your health minister has no understanding of this issue. Your environment minister doesn't know how to spell environment. This is a waste of my time. And he said, look, Jay, air pollution is a rich man's problem. I'm just quoting him, okay? And you can get, I think there's a lot of learning from this messaging that he gave me. He said, my voter does not care about air pollution. He does not care about health. All they care about is free bijli, free pani, roti, kapda, and makan. And that's the reality of India, right? How do we take this conversation to that underserved? How do we take this conversation to the karamchari, the safai karamchari who's raising up that dust on the road without a mask and inhaling all that dust in the same process? And not only dust, I mean, you're probably aware about the science of PM 2.5. Probably takes like, indoors it'll probably take 6 to 8 hours for a PM 2.5 particle to settle. Outdoors, it could take, up to 30 days for a PM 2.5 particle to settle. And now this Safai Karamchari is just raising it back into the air and, inhaling it. And obviously it's going everywhere around that micro kind of environment as well. So this is all about education and knowledge, and it's really sad. So I guess what I'm going to tell you is that what I have done, I mean, I have traveled to schools far and wide. I've gone to Punjab, I've gone to schools in Haryana, I've done schools in Delhi. I'm an environmental advisor to a lot of schools, international schools, unfortunately. The public schools, most of them just refuse to engage with this issue. They feel that health and safety compliance is their not their mandate. Their mandate is education, not health and safety compliance. And that's in the face of this kind of a medical threat. I don't think you can ignore a health and safety compliance. Okay. I think Lung Care Foundation, Dr. Arvind Kumar even created kind of a kit that every school should have. I think Madhur, or whoever in this group, wants to kind of take that up with Lung Care Foundation. We need preparedness. Okay, we need to be prepared in all our places where people are active. We need to be, this medical kit and preparedness needs to be there everywhere where there are seniors and children. You can't ignore the elephant in the room. This is a huge elephant in the room. I'm sure most people in this room know this, but I'm going to just state the obvious here. There are only three raw materials that our body consumes, right? Food, water, and air. There is no fourth. Food and water combined, you consume about 6 to 10 liters in a day. Air, we consume 12,000 liters a day, right? We take 12,000. We take 24,000 breaths in a day of 0.48 liters each, and 12,000 liters of air, even in weight, is about 14 kilograms of air. So we are what we breathe, and this knowledge, this very simple information needs to go to people. The kind of black carbon carcinogen, which is PM 2.5, and the kind of chemicals that are, there is such rampant use of pesticide. There is such rampant use of, plastics and burning of plastics. There is such rampant kind of, I don't even know the cocktail of kind of chemicals that are coming out of our industries without any emission controls. The kind of chemical aerosols that are going into our body. I mean, we don't even have the equipment to measure what's going into our body. I mean, it's just a complete breakdown at all levels. I mean, I don't even know where to start. So, unfortunately or fortunately, I mean, during COVID, when the whole movement of air pollution got hijacked, I'm going to call a spade, and frankly, I mean, being here on this group and even talking to you, and the fact that we have a horrific air pollution season, possibly one of our worst, kind of has got me re-engaged. But during COVID, I lost a lot of my resolve. I have become kind of this public health emergency kind of spokesperson, and media is very good to me because they know I speak from my heart, and I am not politically aligned. I'm only aligned to nature and environment. So I get a lot of opportunity to speak from my heart, but it became clear to me that this city, if the parents and the seniors, like, nobody's interested to engage. The poor are obviously not interested in this topic at all. Instead of approaching the problem from, let's reduce the sources of emissions, I said, okay, let me go to the other side and start creating carbon sinks. that's when I, acquired some land in the buffer zone of Rajaji Tiger Reserve, and with a team of ecologists and naturalists, we kind of set some goals um to restore the threatened and almost extinct species of Rajaji Tiger Reserve, to create kind of a model of rewilding, coexistence, reconnecting humans with nature. A lot of these problems, I feel, are coming because humans who are part of that cycle of nature are now behaving like God, and destroying nature, right, for their own selfish and greed. I travel to rural areas. I travel a lot to Pune, Bombay. Everything is gone. I mean, trees are obstacles. It's going to fall on my car. It's going to fall on my house. Let's prune this. Let's cut this. The very trees that are creating some semblance of balance in our life, are now becoming a nuisance, right, and are getting in the way. I think 3.5, 4 years in, I can tell you that um, while I didn't get make me I made a lot of gains in terms of awareness, not only in Delhi but around the world, I would say, because whatever happens in India also touches everybody around the world, all Indians around the world, and I've made a lot of good friends and allies in this war of mine. But we haven't made any gains in terms of saying, hey, we managed to reverse air pollution by 6%, 8%. But creating carbon sinks, uh, my God, I mean, this has been such a fabulous and positive thing for me. I mean, I have a goal now of creating a new forest. I'm sorry, my phone seems to be ringing. Give me a second. I think the message from the whole rewilding initiative is that even here where we live, I'm sure you've had conversations of, why have the bees and the butterflies and the sparrows and the parakeets disappeared? It's because we destroyed their habitats. We love our ornamental gardens, right? The exotics. The cycle, the ecology of Delhi does not like those exotics, and that's why we are creating a bigger problem for ourselves. So if you have a little garden, roof garden, whatever, if you don't create it, I mean, it doesn't take much. Nature is so amazing that it'll come very, very quickly. Just create native habitats, native species. There's a lot of beautiful stuff in native species. You can go to a Sanjeevan or an Aravali biodiversity park to kind of feel the benefit of nature. In fact, the movie Avatar and the Aravali Biodiversity Park kind of directly led me to kind of create this biosphere that I've created. You can Google it, and if there are any climate scientists or anybody who can contribute any knowledge to the biosphere, I welcome you. So, what do we need to do? Um, we need to sensitize people. So that's what I'm always doing, instead of being just angry all the time. I mean, I started my journey with kind of pointing finger at politicians. Then I started pointing fingers at people around me, and then eventually I just pointed a finger at myself. I said, you know what, can I just lead by action and just keep sensitizing people and not judging anyone? you know I got to tell you, I was at a school reunion yesterday, and one of my friends, he's an architect, and I don't go to these things very often because people just uh, I don't. I mean, I travel a lot. I don't have a lot of time, and one of my friends who's an architect there, he said, you know what, Jay, you changed my life in 2017 when we met, and you were just blabbering on and on and on about air pollution and environment, and I drove back from that evening, that night, and I was just like, why is this guy just talking about this stuff? Like, why? He has wealth, he has a great family, he's well educated. Why is he going on and on about the environment? And I said, you know what, And he said, you really influenced me. And he said, everything that I have done since then has been Griha Say certified. And my God, I was levitating, I mean, this is what we need to do. We just need to sensitize everybody. I mean, I'm still glowing from, this comment of his ways that he said in 2017, you said this to me. It had a huge impression. And today I convince every client of mine that your building has to be Griha certified. Okay, small thing, but big thing for me. Okay, so this is influence. We can influence our schools. We can, whatever your level, your influences, your schools, your RWAs, your own businesses, the staff in your house. These are all our circles of, influence. Please do it. Another thing that I have been doing for my business, for my school or many schools, my RWA, create your own graded response action plan. Okay, why do you need to listen to government that is not checked into this? Create your own graded response action plan. There are many schools in Delhi now that and I think I shared some of the GRAP plans for some of the schools that I advise. And by the way, this is free of cost. I'm not a paid consultant for any school. This is just my passion. Everybody needs to have a graded response. You need to have one for your home. What happens in your home, when the AQI is 150? What happens when it's 200? What happens when it's 250? This is just a health and safety thing. So the more people get sensitized here, at 200, we need to put on a mask. At 200, we need to suspend, our outdoor walks or whatever. Just lead by example and start, sensitizing people. I mean, I think that's. I'd like to just close on that. I mean, Madhur, unless somebody has a question, I hope I've not. I know I've taken a lot of time, so I apologize. I'm still deeply emotional and about this topic. It's impacted me at a personal level. This is not theory for me. I've gotten into the science. I'm possibly the only one in this group who went to Beijing and spent 6 weeks with Louis Cheng, the gentleman who reversed air pollution in China. I have learned. I have a lab. I have instrumentation. I know the science, and I know people in government don't, and they don't care about the science, and nobody's getting into the science. The fact that somebody from IIT was standing with Rekha Gupta while she was blabbering about artificial rain, it tells me that even the scientists have been compromised. If somebody's telling you you can do artificial rain where there's no cloud cover in the winter months, it's just stupid. Okay, if somebody's telling you that you can add toxicity, into our rain and destroy all soil and water in Delhi and take away precious rain from our farmers who need it, that's stupid. The fact that somebody from IIT was, standing with her while she made these comments, it's telling me, everybody's compromised. The fact that, Supreme Court, a day after GRAP 1 was enforced, revoked the ban on fireworks, everybody's compromised. Now, what do we do as citizens is what we need to decide. Everybody's compromised. Okay, I'm going to end on that note. It's a negative note, but if people come together, I'm not sure why people don't show up for these protests. That's a great way to be heard. I don't think action and direction is going to come from social media groups. We need to do on ground activity as well. Media loves this topic. Media is highly engaged. We need to get on the ground. The reason we have started engaging with these, all these college and university groups is because people who are sitting on this chat don't come out to those protests. And I'm not sure why people are not coming out. We need everybody on the ground. Okay, it sends a message. It is shameful for the Delhi government and the Prime Minister's office when people are protesting on the ground. All of it needs to be done. I'm not minimizing what we're doing here, but everything is important and everything sends a message. We just need to keep sensitizing each and every person that we touch in our circle of influence. Right? Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Dhar Gupta. Next is Monika ji. Monika is a design entrepreneur, educator, and leading zero waste advocate. She founded NCR Waste Matters 10 years ago. She mobilizes neighborhoods pan India to adopt segregation, composting, and recycling and has diverted tens of thousands of kilos of waste from landfills. You can
Thank you so much. Thank you, Madhur. And I'm so happy Dr. Kiran Vedi is here on the meeting. And so it was wonderful to hear Jay's story, very inspiring. And I think so many of us have our little stories which we've kept so close to our heart, but it's time to give shape and form to how we can really act upon our own stories because they're impacting all of us. And let me just tell you a little bit. Most of you would already have read from the group that we started this. I started this group only because I realized in the city nobody knew. Jay spoke quite a lot about awareness levels. I realized 10 years ago that in Gurgaon, nobody was talking about waste management. Nobody knew who the vendors were. What could we do? What were the three ways in which we had to segregate our waste? What are the methodology? How do communities do? And that was the purpose of bringing this group together, sharing resources and making people aware of what is it that needs to be done. So we have a fantastic set of laws which were put in place in 2000 thanks to Almitra Patel's litigation, which it lasted for 20 years. And those rules were revised in 2016, a fairly comprehensive set of rules. Unfortunately, people don't know. RWAs, which is at the lowest level of, the we would say the city governance, the RWAs don't know the rules and they don't follow them. In a city like Delhi, I think there must be close to 10,000 or 15,000 BWGs, which is a bulk waste generator. Any entity which generates more than 100 kgs of waste in a day or occupies 5,000 square meters. Now that is clearly, how many of our communities know that we fall in the category of a BWG and we need to manage our waste within our community, which is in situ waste management. Now waste is issue. We see it everywhere. We see it all around us. We grumble about it. We walk out on the streets and we see it littered everywhere, and then we say, yeah, what is this? Why are we in this city? I mean, I love my country and I can't dream of living anywhere else, but every trip outside home is demoralizing, is saddening, and is really gives me a sense of not being worthy of having done something immense. Immense means changing the structure of the way we breathe, we live, we see our cities. We don't value what we have. And that comes from, also stems from the lack of awareness that, we are talking about, that we, sh- aware of what we need to do for our city, what we can do for our own community, and starting from the home. So let's break this problem down. There is, something which is happening at the national level, there's happening at the city level, it's happening at the community level. So what can we do? Many of us feel helpless and say, yeah, I can't go for these protests, or unfortunately I'm not on social media, I'm not able to do that. So then what can we do? What we can do is, most of the waste management systems that have, you've heard about, and you've been talking about those 3 or 4 good systems that are happening in the city or just outside the city, are because one person took the lead, and that one person started with working in their own home. First of all, if just 1 or 2 of you can start composting in your own homes, you will understand what are the nuances, what is it that's, stops, the things that need attention, what are the things that are easy about it. And the most beautiful part is that the moment you compost, the end outcome of that beautiful earth smelling material that just comes out and just nourishes, you will be addicted for life. And the moment you do that, you will want to share that love with everybody. Get that community together. Get those few friends together who will be your partners in that movement, uh, in your community. And the moment you have a few supporters, it could be 2, 3, it could be 5, and that can enable community level action. Community level action, first of all, you do need to, ensure that your RWA is aware about the rules and the fact that they are not following the rules. And if you're disturbed even more that they are not following the rules, feel free to file an RTI and ask that, is this community an BWG community, and are they managing their waste as per the laws? Let the RWA bear the brunt of a call from the authorities, or at least you know. And you also have the right to ask how many BWGs are there in just your zone in the city, and how many of them are being responsible about their waste management. RTI is a very, very powerful rule, and I think Madhur and I have had a few conversations, and she's planning to organize a workshop. We don't ask enough questions, and that is a problem with us. And one of the reasons why we are so complacent, and because we feel we can't do anything, and we cannot enable change, and we cannot make things happen. But there are various layers and levels at which we can enable action and contribute our bit, because if we don't do anything at any level, then nothing is going to happen. So we can choose the level at which we want to engage and be involved in, and address the issue, which is the larger issue of the air pollution. So I am here just specifically speaking about waste management um, and questions that need to be asked. So whether those questions you're asking yourself, what are you doing at a personal level? Whether the questions you are asking your community, what are we doing as a community? Then speaking to the authorities in the city. Like for me, for the past 10 years, it has been, I would say, like Jay, a fairly dismal experience working in the city with the authorities. Every 6 months they change the commissioner, or the leaders who are supposed to be in charge of looking after the city. As a result, and also we have zero institutional memory of what's happening in the city. Everything sits in some files which disappear when each time a commissioner moves. There is no digital dashboard, and considering that we are a cyber city, Gurgaon, we have very scant information and data about our own city. We don't have data on specifics which can be measured, and which can be unless you have data, you can't measure, and unless you measure, you don't know what your outcomes are going to be. So it's very important to push for these things at a city level with your authorities. And so we have our unique set of challenges, and we are trying to navigate those, and it's a long process, and sometimes very, very disheartening. But then you keep going, flip-flopping between personal action, community action. And I think, in fact, I'm happy to share that after NCR Waste Matters came about, there were some 20 or 30 odd communities which, learning from each other, started waste management in their own communities. And that's why I think very often you hear about Gurgaon doing more waste management as a practice than Delhi. And Delhi, there is also this unique problem of the neighbor not speaking to the neighbor, is what I have seen, is that, you have these open colonies where people are not coming together. So you have to find a way to bring people together, whether it is to bring them to a protest march, whether it is to bring them together to file an RTI, or whether it is it is just to come together for collective action. And unless there is collective action in any one of these, we are going to continue struggling with all these issues that we are talking about. And we can speak forever comes, until heavens fall, until everybody is dead, but nothing is going to happen till all of us do not step out of our comfort zone. And that is the most critical part of this whole issue, because we are at a situation where it is a national emergency, and all of us need to step out of our comfort zone. So, talking about, I am also going to touch very quickly. So, community waste management and individual waste management, we will do sessions, and we would like all of you to join. So, you can start wherever you can. RTI, Madhur is planning to, have a session on that, and that would be very beneficial for all of us to engage with the government. It's when we sit back and we say, we don't have, only one Jay or one Rohit or one somebody sitting somewhere is not going to make a dent in the system. All of us need to really, get involved and get engaged. And writing a letter from home, RTI is also online. It doesn't take a lot of time. Just asking the right questions. um, Working groups and all that, she's Madhur's spoken a lot of things, and I'm not going to touch that. There's one more thing which is connected to waste management, and Jay has been speaking about, in the morning, everybody, these waste workers who carry the broom, and they're cleaning the roads and spitting the dust back into the air, just displacing dust from one place to the other. I think, unfortunately, our Honorable Prime Minister has also made the broom a symbol of waste management in the country. The broom does nothing. The broom just displaces dust from point A to point B. Any purpose served? No. And you have endangered the life of that waste worker whom you're putting a har on and saying, "Thank you so much. You've cleaned my city, you've cleaned my road, you've cleaned my house." But that broom has done absolutely nothing. We need to evolve. And if we are talking about ourselves as a developed economy, we really need to show it on the streets, and to the lowest of our workers who are poorly paid, that they are looked after, that they do have the right instruments to work, and the broom is not solving any problem. So that broom really needs to be not even the symbol of a political party. It's all wrong. I'm so sorry. So that needs to be shown the way. And what you need to show is solutions. You talk about dust, you talk about composting, you talk about mulching, horticulture waste which gets burnt and contributes to air pollution. And if you just look at our city, except for central Delhi, which is so beautiful and green, thanks to many efforts of the local government and many experts who have been working for years on the ridge and in the green spaces, and trying to encourage the horticulture staff to do things differently to make even the sidewalks green. You walk in any other part of Delhi NCR, there are just dust bowls for pavements and road dividers. Now, why can't this particular soil be the beneficiary of mulching? Of mulching is when you just take all the dry leaf, let it be for some time, and water it daily, or leave it near a source of water where you're anyway watering, or even put it in the ground. The ground will look after it, and that becomes mulch. Now, if you look at, in 1970 or so, the US, it created a focus on dust control through the Clean Air Act amendments of 1917. Within 10 years, they were systematically able to completely eliminate the dust from all their roads and pavements and sidewalks by a very, very concerted effort to mulch. We have no concept. We have even our, the Air Commission talks about mulching only for the farmlands, where you're talking about mulching the stubble, but nobody talks about mulching at a city level. What is happening, the moment you step out of your home, there is, especially in Gurgaon, it's a complete dust bowl. You can't see a few yards away because of the amount of dust that's blowing everywhere. What if each community was to contribute and send that mulch, which is the horticulture waste, create mulch out of it, and contribute to the city's dividers, contribute to the city's sidewalks? And of course, we have no pavements, because who's following the rules to make the roads correctly, and along the roads you make pavement? There are no pavement. There's just stretches of dust which are lying all over the city. How can we even, we're talking about problems at so many levels that sometimes it seems incomprehensive, and why all these authorities are not coming together on the table and working together. And that is also one of the unique problems Gurgaon has, that nobody talks to each other. Now, enough about the problem. So the solution is that you as a community can mulch your horticulture waste and put it out in your dusty patch. So mera ghar, mera angan. If I am looking after my home, I can also look after my angan. My angan could be, uh, you know, um, uh, a few hundred meters from my home. and my home also becomes the collective home of the community. So if I can look after and ensure that all the the compost or the mulch that's happening in my community is going out and happening, because if the government is not serving, so let's, we can try and take things in our hand. This is the last like Jay has made his biosphere. We did composting in our community, which after a great run of 6 years again was stalled by a whining neighbor, and the authority came and sealed it. So there are all kinds of problems, and problems will happen. But does that stop us from action? So dharma is action, and all of us have to do the right things which are right for you, which are right for me, and most importantly, right for the community at large. And anything which is good for everybody is something that does not need to be compromised. So whether you are standing next to a politician, whether you are writing a paper, you're reporting, whether you are a citizen who is just participating in your community actions, if you support anything which is not for the larger good, it is going to have a payback, because karma hits really hard. And that is, I think, that is what we are paying for. We are just paying for foolish decisions, we are paying for bad actions, we are paying for wrong intent. The intent is not correct, and that is why you see. So if we can all collaborate, put our intent together to fix things in the right direction, which is good for everybody. And I would look forward, I may have missed a lot of points, but I don't want to take more time than I have been given. I would say that there's so much to be spoken about, discussed, learned, unlearned, and done. And this process should be ongoing, and we must engage more and more people and bring them together to, जन भागीदारी जब तक नहीं होगी तब तक हमारा कुछ भी बदलने वाला नहीं है. तो ये जन भागीदारी बहुत जरूरी है, और उसके लिए हमें सबको इकट्ठे होना पड़ेगा and use all our forces, whether it is the people who are writing about it, people who are voicing and being honest. Let's be honest and just step out of our comfort zone and do things in the right manner. I'll leave it at that. Let's have more discussions, and I'm sure lots more will come out of that.
Thank
More
you so
action. Definitely more action. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Monika ji. Dr. Kiran Bedi ji would like to speak a few words. Um, can we unmute Dr. Kiran Bedi, please?
Yeah, made her a co-host so she can.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead, ma'am.
I want to thank you. Thank you for your unity and coming together. I love this group, and I'm so grateful, Madhu, for your leadership and all of you together. Most grateful, because I also got into the act only when I got affected. Now I've listened to you. Thank you. I've learned a lot more. I'm only learning. I'm a student of this. I'm not into an expert. I'm not a scientist, and I'm not a pollution expert, but I'm only been a victim. Now, I just have few action points for your consideration before I leave for my other. I'm sorry, I had an appointment and I just tried to bring this before. So here are my few action points. They are not the final, they are for consideration for the group. And moment we get into the action, I'm coming out of this, out of my experience of enforcement. I think, friends, it's now an opportunity for action, total action. We've hit the nail. The iron is hot. Now is the time. What kind of work we'll do? And I'm coming out of my experience. Number one, here is my first suggestion. Let's go into mobile vans of citizen police against pollution. Mobile vans. If Delhi is into 11 districts, 12 districts, 12 mobile vans. Now, where do we fund it? Where do we get it? We come to the details, a group can be formed. But unless you have visible mobile vans, you can decide the color. Now, who occupies? These are open vans or visible vans, and they may be in a bubble. Now, who sits in this? Senior citizen sits in it, a victim who's been, children sit in this, and some of us sit in it out of the group as a part of this group. So, mobile van with a camera fitted on it. So the mobile van moves every day all on these districts. it has one color. So that's identified. Oh, this is a citizen police against pollution. So you can call it the CPAP. Now in the CPAP, citizen police, उसमें बाहर लिखा हुआ, let's create 12 vans with a strip called citizen police against pollution. उसमें बच्चे भी कोई बैठे हैं और साथ में उसके पास माइक्रोफोन है. ये हमने कूड़ा देखा है, ये आग जल रही है, ये देखिए, यही तो हमारा नुकसान कर रही है. साथियों, ये क्यों नहीं है? इसको ठीक. Now we are not going to make a government hostile because we have to get them delivered. We are not making our सफाई कर्मचारी hostile. हम उसको भी co-opt करें और जिसका अच्छा है उसको इनाम दें, उसको शॉल दें. धन्यवाद. और माइक पे बोले धन्यवाद. Do you remember my crane time traffic enforcement is? I was a one woman alone in one car with a microphone going all over the city teaching traffic rules. Only one. And we benefited. I'm speaking from my experience, friends. So we hire vans, we contribute, we finance, and we volunteer. So it is a citizen police mobile vans. Starting, don't delay. As soon as possible, because we got it hot. We got them on the scrub. So at the moment, everybody's on the receiving end defense. Number one, mobile van with a mobile camera, and it's documenting, and it's evidence. It's evidence, and we'll see what we can do with the evidence. Now that clip of the evidence goes to the following: the concerned chief minister, concerned environment minister, and it is all on social media. And in this van, put a media man also, whoever volunteers. He also reports, a video man so they get news. So let them promote, let them write, let them share. So that is education through media. So I'm looking for mobile vans, I'm suggesting. It's called Citizen Police Against Pollution. And it's one per district, not one per Delhi, the way those days it was. Now we can. So we can afford, we fund, and we can create, or somebody can volunteer their vehicle, but we need to fund this now. It's needed. So we all contribute in whatever way we can to run these vans. Number one. Let's start this as a project. Maybe we can see the results and review it time to time. Number one. In this, as I said, media must become partners, because media also must do CSR in anti-pollution messages. So I would say, second is a toll-free number for the NCR region, where you can also call up and say, ये मेरे यहाँ हो रहा है, ये मेरे यहाँ हो रहा है, तो हम उसको जवाब दें. That means we can run a 24-hour control room. We can answer the calls. And उसको बोले क्या करूं मैं, आप तुरंत सोशल मीडिया पे डालो, कोई अखबार वाला लाओ, उनको गाइड करो. So toll-free number can become another contribution we can all make. So toll-free number to give people an option to speak, mobile vans to become visible, and capture the evidence. अब ना प्रॉब्लम क्या है हम सब जानते हैं. थक गए. ये आज सरकार सिर्फ ये वेट कर रही है कि हम थकेंगे कब. हम नहीं थकेंगे. अगर हम नहीं थकेंगे और गाड़ियों में घूमेंगे और दिखेंगे और बोलेंगे और एविडेंस कैप्चर करेंगे और उसको मीडिया में भी डालेंगे, अखबार में भी छपेगा, और उससे फिर वो डर, और उससे क्या होगा, सफाई कर्मचारी बेटर काम करने लगेगा, कूड़ा उठाने लगेगा, डस्ट नहीं उड़ाएगा. हम उसको मैसेजेस देंगे. हम किसी को पनिश नहीं कर रहे, किसी की निंदा नहीं कर रहे, किसी को कुछ गुस्सा नहीं कर रहे. हम तो प्रार्थना कर रहे हैं, देखिए आपकी तंदुरुस्ती हमारी तंदुरुस्ती, हम आपकी तंदुरुस्ती के लिए भी आए. So I would say, have children and let the microphone be on the hand of the child. क्या हमारे फेफड़े खराब हो रहे हैं, कृपया ये झाड़ू ठीक लगाओ, धाड़ी. अच्छा, also traffic congestion, friends, is a very big so जहां ट्रैफिक कंजेशन है हॉटस्पॉट का, वो भी कैप्चर करें कि इस जगह में इतना जबरदस्त ट्रैफिक कंजेशन है जो धुआं छोड़ी जा रहा है. तो ट्रैफिक पुलिस विल आल्सो बिकम अलर्ट. सो आई वुड से ये कोशिश करें शुरू करने की, सिटीजन पुलिस शुरू करें, सिटीजन पुलिस अगेंस्ट पोल्यूशन और मोबिलिटी, और दिखे और एविडेंस हो और छपे और मीडिया बोले और विजिबिलिटी आए, फिर लोग भागेंगे. अरे तेरे एरिया में भी अगर वैन आ गई कल, पता नहीं किधर जाएगी, हमें नहीं मालूम वैन कहाँ आई. वी कैन हैव अ कंट्रोल रूम कोऑर्डिनेटर. सो एक है टोल फ्री, and we can have Madhu and team को आज किधर जाना है, किस एरिया में, और then we can do a review कि हमने जो देखा, हमने जो पास ऑन किया, इसका हुआ क्या. उसमें हम पीएमओ को भी टैग करें, पीएम एनवायरनमेंट मिनिस्टर को भी टैग करें, चीफ मिनिस्टर को भी टैग करें, एरिया एनवायरनमेंट मिनिस्टर. जब तक हम टैगिंग इन लोगों को नहीं, सीएम, एनवायरनमेंट मिनिस्टर, स्टेट लेवल, यूनियन लेवल, और हम लोग अपना कंट्रोल रूम कराएं और डेटा कलेक्ट करते जाएं, डेटा कलेक्ट करते जाएं कि 100 से क्या आएगा. अब मैं कुछ आइडियाज दे रही हूँ, कंट्रोल रूम भी बनाए हम आपस में. दिस व्हाट्सएप नाउ शुड बिकम अ कंट्रोल रूम ऑफ वॉलंटियर्स which offers contribution. कोई financial दे, कोई time दे, कोई mobility दे, कोई गाड़ी में बैठे, कोई बच्चों के स्कूल को लाए, कोई senior citizen बोले, कभी senior citizen की आवाज आए, कभी डॉक्टर की आवाज आए, कोई मैसेज दे और उसमें मीडिया वॉलंटियर करे जो आना चाहता है. So we have citizen wise, district wise mobile van. It's called citizen police against, it's citizen police. We are not the khaki police, we are citizen police. And one we could, friends, this is my short action plan. अगर हम नहीं करेंगे ये, वो हम थक जाएंगे थोड़ी देर के बाद और फिर से भुगतेंगे जो कर रहा है. अगर हम एक्शन पुलिस पे आ जाएंगे, दिस विल कैप्चर द इमेजिनेशन ऑफ पीपल. और वो जो आप कह रहे हो ना कि ग्रास रूट लेवल पर नई इंफॉर्मेशन आ रही, हम रुक रुक के बोले ये देखो जो आप कर रहे हैं, इससे ये देखो मिट्टी उड़ रही है, देखो उसी से तो हमारे नाक में है, और तुम्हारा नाक भी नहीं कवर्ड है, ये तो तुम्हारे फेफड़े पे भी जाएगा, तुम भी खांसी करोगे, तो आप ऐसे कर सकते हो. हाँ बोले, हाँ मैडम मैं कर सकते हो. हमको एक एक का करना पड़ेगा, हमको ना ग्रास रूट पे ऐसे जाना पड़ेगा. वी नीड टू ब्रिंग द पीपल हु आर ऑन सैनिटरी वर्कर एटसेट्रा ऑन आवर साइड, ट्रैफिक पुलिस ऑन आवर साइड. सो दिस इज शॉर्ट एंड ब्रिस्क. आई लीव इट टू यू फॉर योर analysis. Further add on, but a toll free will have a cost. Let's put the cost. Similarly, mobile van will have a cost. Let's share the cost. All 800 of us can all contribute. Whatever we have, we must contribute less or more. And then and we have friends and relatives in the media. Co-opt them. Media has to be co-opted. And number 2, जो भी करे, CM को नहीं ignore करे, एनवायरमेंट मिनिस्टर को इग्नोर नहीं करें, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट में हो चाहे सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट में हो, हम नहीं छोड़े. ये है दिल्ली का मॉडल. सो दिल्ली बिकम्स मोबाइल. नाउ द मॉडल विल बी सिटी ऑन द रोल, citizen police on the roll against pollution, and it becomes a PCR van. It's like a control room van which is watching. तो अब हम expose करेंगे, लेकिन हम लोग किसी को गुस्सा नहीं करेंगे, हम परसुएट करेंगे और उसके बाद असेस करें महीने के बाद ये ग्रुप के क्या हुआ इसका. How do we change we can change the strategy, we can modify it, no problem, we may not get used to it. तो करने का मैंने आपको एक्सपीरियंस बताया है कि 1982 एशियन गेम्स में मैंने लोगों का एटीट्यूड कैसे बदला था. सिंगल हैंडेडली एक गाड़ी में माइक से मैं घूमती थी, 11-12 घंटे, मुझे कोई और सपोर्ट नहीं मिलती थी, और 12 घंटे मेरा भी गला थक जाता था, लेकिन मैं हारती नहीं थी, क्योंकि मैं तैयार कैसे करूं सारी दिल्ली को 1982 एशियन गेम्स में. सो उसका तरीका मैंने एक्सपेरिमेंट किया था, एंड फ्रेंड्स इट वर्कड. एंड आई यूज्ड टू स्टॉप at the crossings and then announce, ये देखो मैं कूड़ा देख रही हूँ, देखो ये देखो ये बिल्डिंग, ये देखो ये इंडस्ट्री, ये धुआं छोड़ रही है, ये देखिए छोड़ रही है, यही तो हमारी फेफड़ों का कारण है, ये तो हमारा नुकसान. क्यों नहीं म्युनिसिपैलिटी आई उसमें आकर उसमें चलान करने, क्यों नहीं चलान करने आई? तो आज फिर इसका मतलब उसका मैसेज आ गया. फिर हम जाके उतर के उस मोबाइल के उस आदमी के मालिक को मिले, मालिक को मिले, देखिए आप क्या कर रहे हैं, ये आपका ये धुआं नहीं मैडम, अब ना हम लोग अब इसको बिजली पे ला रहे हैं धुआं कम करने के लिए. अच्छा कितने दिन लोगे? तो देन वी कैन टेक. उसने कमिट किया है कि मैं 2 महीने में इसको तेल को बदलूंगा, कभी सरकारी भी है कभी प्राइवेट में. तो हम किसी को निंदा नहीं कर रहे, दुरा नहीं रहे, हॉस्टिलिटी नहीं ले रहे, हम पोलाइटली आज सब वॉलंटियर्स करेंगे. सो फ्रेंड्स, आई एम विलिंग टू जॉइन यू इन एनी वैन, एनी टाइम यू वांट मी एंड टेक. मैम किरण, आज आपकी ड्यूटी ये है, तो रोज नहीं करो, आज आपकी ड्यूटी, आज मेरी ड्यूटी. हम में से सब जने वैन में बारी बारी जाए और एक मोबाइल कैमरा लगाए और कैमरे से ढूंढे ये मेरा लाइफ का एक्सपीरियंस बताता है कि ये समय अब ये है, अब बात हम लिख चुके, थक गए बोल के, इंटरव्यूज दे दे के, और ये आज हम, और ये जो व्हाट्सएप का ग्रुप बना है, मधु थैंक यू फॉर योर एंटायर टीम, अगर ये हम अब एक्शन ओरिएंटेड हो जाए कि अब हम किसी के खिलाफ नहीं है, हम तो सभी के लिए, क्योंकि एयर इज कॉमन, it has no geographical boundaries, it benefits the VIP, it benefits the poor, therefore अब हम अपने लिए नहीं सोच रहे, अब हम सबके लिए सोच रहे. So friends, over back to you, Madhu.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your innovative solutions. I think we can brainstorm more about this, how to get it out on ground. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, bless you.
Next speaker is Mr. Vimlendu Jha. He is a leading environmentalist of India and runs a not-for-profit called Swechha. He has been featured as among India's most impactful young leaders by India Today and Outlook.
हाय मौसम का मजा लीजिए. मैंने थोड़ा ज्यादा ले लिया तो मेरी आवाज चली गई है पिछले 2 दिनों से. आई एम नॉट एबल टू स्पीक as in I thought that I won't even have this voice left this morning, but of course I have some I will be able to speak. I think it's it's very important. Couple of things, as in, of course, we'll talk about what the solution is. But I'm a firm believer of, of the fact that to say that ninda nahi karni chahiye, I have a problem with that. Because, band-aid solution, paracetamol solution, भी अभी हम ढूंढते रहेंगे जब हमें सर्जरी की जरूरत है. और बिना निंदा किए अगर हमें लगता है कि सोल्यूशन मिल जाएगा तो देन वी आर ओनली सर्विंग आवर ओन पर्पस. वी आर ओनली पुटिंग आवर फोटो on that poster and in that media report, and therefore we'll have to really move around, because at the end of the day the solution, I'll make a quick comment of what I've heard, and then of course come to my what I was talking about, that if we know that the job of that monitoring is not of citizen, it is of Central Pollution Control Board and Delhi Pollution Control Committee, that has resources, the taxpayers' money, and it has 50% vacant seats. It has power in statute but doesn't exercise its power, and therefore rather than exposing myself or to anyone else and putting these so-called mobile vans here and there, I would rather put my energy, if I only have 5 kilograms of energy left in me, to really make sure that CPCB and DPCC is accountable.
ये article
And
में
that
आया.
is very, very important for us. I think we need to understand that when we have limited resource and we have paramount urgency, then we need to really look at things that will have high impact, and that is something which is not just headline grabbing, but something which is pollution grabbing or controls the entire thing. What Jaydhar was talking about and everyone else has been talking about, that rather than looking at the symptom, rather than soft peddling on many of these issues that we've been facing, not just been talking about, we will have to hit where it hurts and hit where the problem is, because the time to soft pedal and and impress someone or the other uh, is gone, is over. We will have to ninda karna padega hame, because at the end of the day, the people who are accountable for this mess. And by the way, as much as we do a disproportionate conversation about Delhi, and all of us are party to it, because because the fact that we are living in Delhi NCR, and therefore we are the first set of sufferers in that sense. One, two is that Delhi being the capital, and this is where the media and everyone else and lives, and therefore it gets disproportionate attention. But reality is that 90% of India's air is actually polluted. In fact, how polluted is India's air, we don't even monitor. Reality is that Delhi, a lot of times, we talk about these monitoring stations functioning, not functioning, switched off, uh, sprinkled water, so on and so forth. It still has 39 air quality monitors for whatever 25 million people. If you look at 80 million people, if I include perhaps whatever 80 odd million people who live in Gurgaon included, Noida included, Ghaziabad and Faridabad included, we still have, say, 40, 50 air quality monitors, or maybe I think Gurgaon has 3. I don't know how many does Noida have, how many does Faridabad have. But imagine the countryside and many other places, so many lists that have already come. We don't even measure air pollution crisis. That's very, very important. So my first underlining suggestion to the group would be to first let's look at it pan India, and therefore and go beyond paracetamol. Let's look at surgery. We have done enough of subsiding. मतलब पैरासीटामोल को अपग्रेड करके हमने डोलो 650 बना लिया है अपने लिए, लेकिन डोलो 650 और मेफ्टाल से काम नहीं चल रहा है क्योंकि आपको सर्जरी चाहिए, and we need that proportionate action. And that proportionate action, I'm of the firm believer that there cannot be private solution to public problems. We cannot have private solution to public problems. If it is a public problem, we all know this is a policy measure, policy issue, problem, and both policy in terms of making of policy and the other is the transaction of policy. Then we'll have to work there, as in if we only have to, whatever 20,000 crore rupees allocated for clean air program for the entire country for 6 years, which is peanuts, which is really, as in government of India spends more money installing flags in the country than actually cleaning the air, then we'll have to ask that difficult question rather than soft peddling and talking about minor issues. We have to really make sure that next budget, the union budget, actually, if we really want that Beijing transformation, then we'll have to bring in Beijing like investment, which was primarily billions, 2 billion US dollars is what it spent each year to achieve what it achieved. What Jayadhar said, that if Beijing was number one, it reached number two, and perhaps is now number five, number seven, and not even there in that top 10 list, or occasionally perhaps still comes, is because it did what it had to do. It did, and that the first thing was not these awareness campaigns and putting banners and microphones. It really made sure that those industries were moved out. It made sure that the public transport regime was expedited. It made sure that the thermal power plants were moved out from the immediate periphery of the city. And for that, you needed money and you needed political will. I think it's high time that, with that awareness is important, and I think very, very the great work that the members of this group and others, as in if there are 800 people here, I'm sure there are 8,000 people out there who are great campaigners and bhukt bhogis, as in we are all not just doing it part of our profession, but we are bhukt bhogis in that sense, because if my voice is gone today, there are many people, their voice in every sense of that voice is gone long time ago in that sense. So uh, that is where I think a lot of focus has to be, because if people like us with so much agency and everyone knows everybody, everyone knows and their phone book has some bureaucrat and some minister and some senior advocate and some judge's number, and still हम अब ये पेंटिंग कंपटीशन करेंगे पोल्यूशन का, तो नहीं होने वाला ये चीज. तब हम अपने आप को मूर्ख बना रहे हैं, अपने आप को खुश रखने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि हमें चाहिए 10,000 buses. What Monika ji was talking about, that we need that change of waste management regime. We cannot just do neighborhood segregation of garbage and be ecstatic about it. If I do my neighborhood composting, fine, I should do it, and I am doing it, and whatever. But if my landfill is the biggest mess, is one of the largest sources, almost say 4% of cities PM 2.5, if it's actually coming from my landfills, I need to address that, and I need to put my energy through my phone. If my phone book has those ministers' number, I would rather do that. I would rather sue that minister and the government. And that is what, if there are 40 people on this phone call, on this Zoom call, and 800 people on this group, and who are supposed to be the most powerful people of the country, are still not wanting to take the government head on, or whichever is the government, I'm party agnostic in that sense, and ask for those structural changes. We need to ask for systemic structural changes. Gone are those days of banners and placards. We need those buses tomorrow, yesterday. We need those 15 thermal power plants that should actually have had sulfur dioxide emission norms outside, as in, they should either shut down or they should fix those emission standards. We need to really get, are like right now, imagine so many middle class people when the Supreme Court really said that 10 साल वाले 15 साल वाले vehicles को ban क्यों कर रहे हैं, fit vehicle तो है ही. We don't understand, we brought in our own convenience and we said no, our vehicle is to fit. We looked at roadworthiness, we didn't look at airworthiness of our vehicle. So I think holistically we need to understand that as middle class citizens, and with people with agency, we need to choose proportionate battles, and then only will be able to address it. Otherwise, it just becomes a feel good campaigner because, oh yeah, I'm a clean air advocate, and I'm a clean air speaker, and I'm a clean air panelist on news and this and that. It just doesn't serve the purpose. Second, that we need to really understand that it's not the same air. That's the other mistake, that we think that the rich and poor breathe the same air. No, rich. No, I'm talking without air purifier. Rich, irrespective of air purifier, breathes better air than the poor. The air of Lutyens Delhi is very, very different from Sangam Vihar, or of Kalkaji, or of Bhavana. I'm talking geography here, I'm talking locality. And then within that locality, if you look at the air that is actually that perhaps a sabzi wala breathes, or a traffic cop breathes, or anyone, and for a daily wage laborer breathes, is very, very different. So it's not the same air. So therefore we need to stop saying that it's an equal thing, सबके लिए ठीक करना है हमें. नहीं भैया, अगर आपका एयर 200 है ना, तो आपके सामने वाले जो सड़क पे जो कूड़ा लेने के लिए आपका आ रहा है, वो 400 में है. आपका अगर डीएलएफ फेज 1 में एयर अगर 300 है ना, तो अगर वो पीछे सिकंदरपुर में कोई रह रहा है, तो उसका 450 है, और 300 और 450 में बहुत डिफरेंस है. और दूसरा इज एक्सेस टू हेल्थ केयर. लाइक आई एम अनवेल, आई कैन वर्क फ्रॉम होम, you know or perhaps go to Dehradun, or to Goa, or to Bangalore, or to wherever that we need to move out to. How many people have the luxury to do that? Both work from home, to another city, uh, as an or enter or get admitted in an ICU. Not so access to healthcare is a very, very important thing, and that's what is very, very important. Madhur, the conversation, one of the things that you had asked me to speak about is that how do we actually make it everybody's problem? How do we make this a mass movement? And that can only happen when it actually go becomes everybody's problem, which is where it needs to become an electoral problem also, in the sense, why aren't elections being fought on issues like this, which is so fundamental? Because at the end of the day, a lot of our elections are roti kapda makan. But also, if you look at the air pollution, what it does to everyone is the budget that a family has for roti kapda makan gets shifted to pollution and health. And by the way, today we are talking about air. I'm sure there'll be another group that you'll form, or maybe not in 2025, maybe in 26, or maybe there are already such groups, that is about water. I'm sure in Bangalore there is about frothing lakes. So there's a fundamental problem that we need to, rather than looking at, if I know that I'm getting a pimple on my face, and on एक बार दाएं साइड में होता है, एक बार बाएं साइड में होता है, तो एक बार मैं मलहम दाएं साइड में लगाऊंगा और अगले हफ्ते में बाएं साइड में लगाऊंगा, तो नहीं होगा. मुझे ये देखना पड़ेगा कि सोर्स क्या है, कि डू आई एक्चुअली हैव अ गैस्ट्रो इश्यू, एंड देयरफॉर आई नीड टू हैव अ गैस्ट्रो tablet, rather than putting some ointment on my pimple, on my thing. And that environmental governance regime needs to change fundamentally in our country. And once we're able to do that, then automatically the problems of tomorrow, because we're still discussing, you and I, all of us are discussing problems of yesterday, where we should all be looking at solutions of tomorrow. Because this, last 15 years, as in, I've known Jay as part of this entire air campaign for 10, 15 years now. We've been saying the same thing. By the way, the speech that Jay gave today, or I'm giving right now, is the same as I could have really, I was unwell. I could have just played my YouTube video from 15 years ago, and it would have been the same. So therefore, we are also part of a problem, in the sense we're not hitting where it hurts, or where it should actually hurt, or should actually have the impact. And all of us will have to make those transformative transactions. Those radical changes are extremely important. One good thing is that this election, the Delhi election that happened a couple of months ago, whatever, 8, 9 months ago, we saw that issues of pollution did catch the imagination of the citizenry or of the electorate to a certain extent. Of course, there's no data as yet to say that, what helped, uh, uh, what made, say, Arvind Kejriwal lose election. Was it the entire air pollution campaign or the Yamuna campaign? I would like to believe, and maybe only to feel good about it, that the efforts made by members of this group, not necessarily because of the banner call, this one that you're talking about, that we are under, but many such groups that actually raise this issue and along with media did make it an electoral issue. And before elections, it was pollution was an issue this time. I do not know whether it was able to swing 2% vote or 3% vote or 5% vote, or whether the narrative got affected. So I think it matters. Right now, also, if you look at the kind of response or the back foot that the government went on this pollution season, both I'm talking about Yamuna as well as uh, air, because look at what happened during Chhat, the entire creation of the new Yamuna and a Bisleri Yamuna and so on and so forth, and the air pollution crisis when the government was on the back foot, which means that the government is aware and is cautious of this narrative of this entire mass uprising. As in, I would, although there are only 200, 300 people who come for these protests, but a couple of protests that have happened in the city this year did really shake the government in that sense. So now, for us, we need to really look at that. How do we make this campaign, this movement of the masses, of people who actually vote? How are we able to take that data of pollution to the fiscal? How does it affect somebody's family's fiscal, a poor person's health, and and the and the ability to cater to roti kapra makan gets affected because of pollution. In that sense, that is very, very important. And when that citizen, that who is actually getting most affected by this, because your salary, my salary doesn't get affected if you work from home, but our daily wage laborers, sudden, or construction workers, ban on construction, their salary does get affected. In fact, their 100% salary for the day gets affected. That's the difference that we're talking about. And they are the ones who are the actual voters also, and they are in the masses. As in, you and I have access to a nebulizer. They don't even have that paracetamol. They don't even have luxury of sitting at home, or even for that matter, a cloth mask. Forget about an N95. वो अपने अपने शक्ल पे रुमाल भी नहीं बांध सकते हैं. The other thing is that this entire, why I was saying that soft pedaling is not. I'm against it, as in vehemently against this entire proposal of loudspeaker and mic and mobile vans and this and that, because uh, you know right now, as I said, if our air quality monitoring regime is fractured, Rohit is there, many other people who with scientific acumen, unless and until we know what the problem is, we won't be able to solve it. So therefore, first understand the data and make sure that the data collection regime is robust. And that we cannot do, as in I have an air quality monitor, but I can't keep installing and believing in private air quality monitors, because that will never be good. That will never be perfect. As in 15,000 का air quality monitor कर ही क्या लेगा, और कितने दिन तक कर लेगा, और कितने घरों में कर लेगा, और मेरे बेडरूम के एयर क्वालिटी मॉनिटर से क्या फर्क पड़ने वाला है. So therefore, those 39 air quality monitors and the other air quality monitors need to work best, and that needs to be opportunity number one, fight number one, nothing else. Everything can wait. We need to be told how polluted the air is, and any goof up they need to be jailed for that. The authorities who are not telling us how polluted the air is, they need to be behind bars. And some of you guys are lawyers here. I do not know why our judges are one moment asking for long-term measures, next minute, next day playing badminton. Why? And organizing walkathons, and some of the advocates going for those walkathons when the AQI is 400. So we end up normalizing it. I remember the amicus actually told the Chief Justice of India, the previous one, that, you know what, there's data fudging that is happening, rather than he taking real, cognizance and getting angry and agitated that how can you fudge the data. Just smiled and perhaps dozed off on that seat. And that is something that fundamentally needs to change, because as much as the courts of our country are not the government, but unfortunately what we've done, we've handed over the governance of air to our courts, and therefore courts also have to be held accountable in some way or the other in whatever my laws permit us to do, or the law, without contempt and in any ways. तो वो करना बहुत ज़रूरी है, डेटा को ठीक करना ज़रूरी है, सरकार से बजट एलोकेट करना बहुत ज़रूरी है, हमें जो स्ट्रक्चरल चीज़ें हैं, जो सबने कहा कि PM 2.5 is दुश्मन number 1, and we know 50% of it is actually coming from vehicles, and primarily from private vehicles, which means that there's a deficit of around 10,000 buses minimum, and not just Delhi. To hell with Delhi alone, we will have to make the entire zone, at least if you're only talking about Delhi NCR, then every conversation will have to be about Delhi, Gurgaon, Noida, Faridabad, because everyone moves from one place to another. As in today, I'm giving this bhashan pretending to be a Delhiite, but I'm sitting in Gurgaon. And similarly, the entire Noida channels, when they talk about Delhi's pollution, they're sitting in Noida. And these are two different states, Haryana and Uttar Pradesh, that we're talking about. No, and everyone asks questions of Rekha Gupta, but no one asks any question of Adityanath or whoever. I don't know who my chief minister is, by the way, in Haryana, or for that matter. So therefore, as in I know, but hashtag joke. So that regional planning needs to happen. I think let's not waste our energy. We are very, very powerful people. We are people here on this group with money, with knowledge, with intellect, with experience, with contacts, and I would come for the next painting competition, if you insist, if you tell me. But I would ideally not want to come for a drawing competition and a pollution day event happily. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vimlendu Jha. Next is Dr. Rohit Azad. He is a macroeconomist and faculty member at JNU Center for Economic Studies and Planning, specializing in development economics and political economy of climate change. He is the author of It's Not Over.
Hi, so I'll wear my economist hat and I'll take max 3 to 4 minutes and pick up from where Vimlendu left. I'll just show you some data. I mean, economists are very fond of data, most of which you perhaps know. Nevertheless, just to say a few things about where we are and what we need to do. So this is very important, and I think this is something that we miss often, which is that this is a year-long problem. It is not a problem of the winters, and hence any movement that we think of needs to be a year-long movement. And this is going to take, we are in the long game. It's not going to happen right away. And just to show you, just look at this simple chart, all that we got. And this is a long, let's say 2017 to 23 averages. We got just 2 days, 2 good days on an average. And even in the year when you had COVID and there was lockdown, you actually had good, which means the AQI between 0 and 50, only 5 days of that. So it's a serious problem. It's a problem, of course, things were relatively better, obviously, during the COVID, but that's about it. So, and this whole focus on stubble burning, it's just a chart which I'd shared on the group as well. This is not to say stubble burning is not important. Of course it is. The question is that even if you were to do something about it, you'll not be able to solve the AQI problem. And this just shows that there are multiple pollutants, and targeting just one is not going to solve it. And this is not a defense of course, of stubble burning, just to show that if we don't act on all, we'll not be able to solve it. So what are the problems? Where does it come from? A large part, as everybody else has already said, a large part comes from vehicles alone. And that needs to be addressed right away. This is just PM 2.5. Yes, there is a problem in terms of measurement, etc. Nevertheless, whatever we have currently, 50% of the pollution during winters, by the way. Otherwise, it's much more. Delhi's contribution comes from its own sources. And this is that chart which shows that. Now, the question is, why is it the case that it becomes worse during winters? This is just to show you that you can see in the shaded region that AQI does go down except for the winters. And the reason why it does go down is because the wind is slightly higher or it's raining. And it is for that reason that we don't see the AQI very high during the summers. It's not as if that we don't produce that pollution during this period. So it is, and that low itself is some 120. So it's not good for us even then, as I had shown to you earlier, that 2 days is the best that we get on an average in any year. And this has to change. The impact of this, as you can see, just quickly, the death rate attributable to pollution, particularly ambient air pollution, is much higher for Delhi compared to the average, all India average, and it has been going up since 1990. This needs to change. And what Vimlendu was saying, I find this to be a fascinating chart. This was a study done by New York Times where they basically measured the AQI exposure, PM 2.5, of two kids. One who's rich, relatively, comes from an elite background, compared to a poor child who lives in Yamuna Vihar. And what they did was they just, checked through the monitor how much the exposure was. And you can see Monu, who is essentially a poor kid, versus Amya, who comes from a relatively better background. The exposure to PM 2.5 is significantly different, and it is important. Class matters. And hence, it makes even more sense to bring everybody on board. It is not a rich person's problem. It is everybody's problem. And this chart actually shows you that the gap essentially is because of indoor pollution. Their home may be cooking it on fire. And there are other things. I mean, one, of course, is no access to air purifiers. So public problems don't have private solutions, as Vimlendu also said, and as did Jay. So this is essentially to show that we need to bring everybody together. I'll have some suggestions in the last section where let's say we did just a simple data from the pollution side. What is the share of pollution if you were to divide it class-wise? 70% of our pollution comes from the rich in the city. Top 40% of the population actually contributes to 70% of the pollution. So we have to be aware when we blame other people for burning leaves, etc. I'm not saying that is, again, not important. At the same time, we don't look at our vehicle exhausts while we are pointing fingers at this. And this just shows you how the class division is. What could we do? There you have Beijing as an example. It changed it dramatically. How did they do that? They essentially spent a great deal of money. This is essentially financial investment. Without this, we cannot make the change. It's impossible. And hence, it's important to think not just as of private, contributing in terms of solution from our side, but to actually put pressure on the government to spend specifically on air pollution. And when they did, it did have an impact. And you've seen the popular videos and otherwise where they did that. Delhi and Beijing problems are similar. Beijing's problem was also a problem which was not local. It had other cities which were contributing to it, just as Delhi does. It had similar sources of pollution, but they acted. They managed to do it. They did it through various measures. We can discuss that later. And this is the last bit. What can we do? I think social media is definitely important. These are the new ways of bringing people together. Then waste management at our own level, which had been talked about. Then school-wise WhatsApp groups. I think we need to create pressure, just as we have parents. This group, we need to expand this group beyond what we have. the RWA level WhatsApp groups where we find solutions. Sorry, it's all about social media, and it's not just social media which does this. We need solar rooftops, which also addresses the question of where we draw our power from. This is a solution at our own level. It can be done. It's not so expensive. In fact, there are, and take the bus movement. I think we need to all, it's like Gandhiji who led by example. We need to move away from vehicles. We need to make it, and if we do it at our own level, we'll be able to, and even though it inconvenienced the middle class, let's say the BRT corridor, that is one of the ways in which you can take this bus movement forward. If the middle class comes on the road, says that we are going to take the bus, there is going to be a dramatic improvement in bus provisioning itself. There are many other things that we can do. I've spoken a lot, so I'll just stop here. But these are some of the suggestions that one could work on. And most important being, we need to force the government to invest.
Dr. Rohit, you can take up questions from the audience now. We can have the Q&A and brainstorming session now. So if anyone has any questions or would like to say anything. So I think Mr. Vimlendu Jha got up a good point that the courts don't jail the errant officials and errant elected representatives enough. So how do we do that? Because that is the ultimate form of accountability, the courts checking the government in power, the bureaucrats in power. How do we do that?
Madhur, since everybody has spoken a lot, there's one raised hand. So let's have,
okay.
yeah, so Suman wants to speak. So I'll just unmute.
Okay, namaste sir, namaste everyone. Actually, I'm a teacher. I'm working in Lieutenant Atul Kataria Memorial School in Gurugram. Sir, as you are talking about the WhatsApp group, could you please let us know what we can do via group and what are the things we can tell students about the pollution?
Okay, we'll respond. If there are more questions, more suggestions, जो भी बोलना चाहते हैं, अभी हम लोग काफी देर बोल चुके हैं. तो आप लोग please, if you raise your hand, we'll, if there are suggestions, if there are things that you can, that you want the speakers to respond, and it doesn't need to be a question answer. It can be a discussion. So please feel free to speak. Yeah, Manisha.
Yeah. Hi. Thank you so much for this discussion and everybody's inputs here. So I want to actually, I hear all your points and I feel all of them are great points. But what we need here is to create a movement. So I would really like to ask you experts, because I'm mostly a victim. I'm not an expert on any of these areas, but yes, highly motivated to contribute at an individual level and also help whatever collective we can kind of do. I understand the point that we need to get the government to move and take responsibility. So I would actually like to understand individual action, collective action, government action in terms of what can we do to contribute and how do we really move forward on that? Because we do understand the problem. So suggestions and solutions is what my question is, so that we can move forward.
Okay, next is Varna.
Hi, Rohit.
Hi.
So fellow economist to fellow economist question, which is I think that one of the problems that at least people in Delhi, in the circle that have agency, which other people have talked about, is that they don't understand or have a very clear understanding of what sources of pollution contribute how much. The stuff that you showed, right, which is, it is a all year round problem, and then there's a difference between visibility of suffering, which kind of spurs action, and the fact that this is something that we create all the time. And so, sort of, my question to you is, because some of us, like you, I'm also an economist, is that we work well with data, but the rest of the world doesn't. How do you make that easier to get to mass people? Because in my experience, and we've tried, a great deal of kind of protesting, organizing around the waste to energy plant in Okhla, which is where I stay, which is another hyper local source of pollution and is quite terrible. Everybody falls asleep the moment you start talking about charts. Right? So, of course, this is not a pollution problem, but what do you think we should do is sort of where I'm coming from.
So maybe we'll respond in the end. There are 4 more.
Maybe,
Kirti ma'am.
one second, maybe Monika ji wants to respond to that. Monika ji would.
Yeah, so I think Kirti ji has mentioned about the waste to energy plant, and I think this is going to be a big battle. So from what we hear from the ground, the government wants to plan for waste to energy plants. Now, when we say waste to energy plants, there are different types of waste to energy plants. So let me make clear, what we are talking about here is incineration of mixed waste. When we are incinerating mixed waste, we are throwing out durans and dioxins and furans and VOCs, which are forever chemicals into our soil, our water, and our air. All our key resources for life are getting contaminated. Delhi is mixing its waste and sending it out. Delhi is not segregating. Mixed waste burnt is going to give you that kind of toxicity, and for the government, it seems to be the easiest route to set up waste to energy plants, which are not even economically viable. They are hugely subsidized from taxpayers' money, your and my money. Money is being spent to pollute the environment more. What you need is smaller, decentralized solutions. For wet waste needs to be composted, dry waste needs to be managed separately, and only biomedical waste and non-manageable waste needs to be incinerated in very, very small capacities and plants. So I think all the residents need to really speak out against this. Otherwise, the whole country is going to be filled with WTE plants. It's not just Okhla now. It is a pan-India problem that is happening. And it really needs a lot of awareness around this. Also, people don't know. People think that waste to energy plants are generating power for them. They are not generating power. They are only generating bad air. And that is why waste management becomes such a key and important component in in understanding the ratio of how our because that we are talking about the industry that is that whole waste management industry is generating a lot of toxic air which needs to be managed. I hope I answered the question correctly.
So Kirti ji is next, then Neha, and then Bhavita. So these 3 have raised their hands. Kirti ji, you can go ahead.
Right. So I'm from Delhi, and I'm an MBA from IIM Ahmedabad, used to be a banker at one stage. I think what I've heard everybody, and I do believe that everybody has a valid point. We have to do some things at the governmental level, which is what Vimlendu suggested, that cannot wait. We also have to do some things at the local level, like Dr. Bedi has said. And we have to do some things in terms of awareness. I think these are critical. And I find that highly educated people, I'm even talking of my extended family, I segregate every package that comes from Amazon, Netflix, Blinkit. I segregate my garbage. But I find own family members who don't do it. So I think one is we need to create awareness. And awareness in schools, unless it's at the higher secondary level, the 11th, 12th, is not going to give us immediate gains. I think I find one huge subset, which is college students. I find them all over the place eating chaat, open, nobody is masking. I think we need to create a huge level awareness campaign. So we have to hold governments accountable. It's not either or. I think we have to do all three things. And I strongly believe that we should use CSR funds. Even though government has funding, we should use CSR funds to immediately maybe put all school buses and make them electric buses. That sort of stuff is possible to do. So, it has to be fought on many levels. And I'm hoping that some of the people, the speakers here, would be willing to come and speak at RWA meetings or other, say, meetings of highly educated people. I think we cannot right now raise awareness to people whose daily livelihood depends on it, the drivers, the sanitation workers. I think this movement, we can't do too much. I think this movement has to start with people who are educated, who understand, but who don't want to understand right now. And then move down the, so to speak, gradient. The people who are most affected, unfortunately, I've given my maid and cook masks, but I don't see them wear masks. They say they've left it at home. So I'm saying let's work with that level and then move down. Thank you.
Neha, you can go next.
Yeah, hi. So I'm Neha Gupta, and thank you so much for this. I just stumbled upon the link that Suman had shared and just got this opportunity to join. So I have been working in the clean mobility space for the last 5, 6 years. Last I worked with a policy think tank, OMI Foundation, which is part of Ola Group, uh, working in this particular space. But all that I can see, in my space, in the think tank space, of course, like we've been working towards this is the discussions. These are the discussions in, like, 4-star and 5-star hotels. And we ourselves, sometimes have been taking the water from, say, the plastic Bisleri bottles, using those tags which are, which are made of plastic and all such stuff. But coming to the point, I completely agree with Miss Keerti's point. I have also been asking, like, my maids and all these people around, the guards and all, to use the mask, but they've not been using. Probably because they do not, like, really understand what is going to be the effect on the health. All then that they can see is that they are coughing, and then they are having cold like symptoms, all these things. I mean, I myself, I have not been keeping well because of this thing, but I do at least understand what is going on and what is going to be the long term effect. But then there need to be awareness at this particular level that it's not just really cough and cold that you've been facing, it's going to affect you and your kids in a longer term. So one is this thing, the awareness part for this group of people. The second, I also think, when it actually comes to, say, the awareness, even at the educated level, like, I had to leave my job this particular week. Why? Because the founders of my company, they're not based out of Delhi NCR. They are, say, based out of a very smaller city like Nagpur, which is not really facing the drastic effects of this particular pollution now. I'm sure they would have a similar kind of thing, say 5 years or 10 years down the line. How to involve those people, how to let those people know that these effects are severe, it is really affecting us. So even, involving not just the Delhi NCR people, but it need to be a pan India movement. Because if I'm now here, I move from Delhi to Gurgaon now. Even if I plan to, say, move from Gurgaon to, say, a city like Nagpur or Hyderabad, it is going to catch them soon. It's not really that it is now at Delhi NCR level. I agree. Something is attributed to winter as well, but like you yourself showed us that there were just 2 days. So probably it's also there in summers. It's also there. It's like temperature and weather agnostic. So in that case, this need to be a pan India movement, and I really look forward to contributing the same, because I know certain things that have been going on in at least the think tank space, and how we are really contributing to the same. Thank you.
Um, since there are people who have joined the live link at YouTube also, they made some so that they don't feel left out. I'll just read out some of the comments which came there, and then I'll come back to this meeting. So one, Wazida Seem says, Mewati folks are standing with you too. crores gone in it because of their stupidity are taxes. So there's a question of taxes being misutilized. We need immediate solutions through online hearings at Supreme Court and NGT, mandatory carpooling, enable apps, odd even, ban diesel vehicles, strict enforcement industrial power pollution. This came from Ish Bhargav. Yeah, so these are the comments which have come from there. Since there's no specific question, but there are responses of what can be done. We'll just take that on board. The next person is Bhavyata. You can go ahead. Yeah, you can unmute yourself
Yeah.
now. Yes.
Thanks, Rohit, and it's a wonderful session. I heard everyone's comments. It's great. So I am Bhavita and I work at Chintan. So we do a lot of work on air pollution. So currently we are in process of training Safai Karamcharis, domestic workers, waste pickers on air pollution. So we are hosting one such event on Sunday. So I would like to know your opinions. What we can do to unique we can do to train waste pickers, that to make them understand that air pollution is an issue. Because one such event we did with Safai Karamcharis, we told them what is air pollution, all these things. We distributed the mask, but at one point when we were doing the training, we felt that most of them just came for the gifts and the food, and not to understand air pollution. Some of them were very proactive, telling air pollution is an issue, but then others were like, okay, it's an issue, but okay, we don't care anymore. So I would like to know your opinions, what unique we can do. I mean, from your experiences, because everyone was talking. Kirti ji talked that she gave masks to her domestic helpers, but none of them were, right? So something which you can give me input, that would be great. And it's open in case anyone wants to come, anyone wants to speak on the event that is on Sunday, next Sunday. Feel free to come. I'll just share the invite after the meeting. I'll mail everyone. It will be great to have you all as well.
Thank
To
you,
talk.
Oh, sorry, go on.
No, I just wanted to say that it will be great you guys if you guys come and share your experience with the waste pickers in Delhi.
So, Monika ji can answer your question.
Sure.
I just feel very sad when I listen to this because here are people who are struggling for survival, and we are trying to tell them that, look, even the air which is supposedly free is not good enough for you, for any one of us. And this is, this is, it's just such a sad situation we have put our cities in. And even if you do make them aware, what are the options they have? I would work backwards. Then, when you're talking about waste pickers, are you talking about the road waste pickers? Are you talking about the waste pickers who go home to, for collection? Are you talking about, so for each one of them, it would be a different set and a different approach and a different way to support them. So all these different sets of people have different circumstances under which they function and they govern, and whether they are a part of a larger body, whether they are part of the waste pickers community, and whether they can be made to make a representation, and if they can a letter, some representation which speaks for their plight while they are working on the ground, working with mixed waste. Why should somebody else have to deal with our mixed waste? I mean, that is my biggest question to all of us. And have the khitab of a waste picker, because somebody like us was irresponsible enough to deal with our own waste. 60% of our waste is organic waste, which can rightfully turn into compost or mulch and actually help degraded soils, dust patches. But we are choosing not to do anything about it. So I think this solution really, this particular problem is a very, very sensitive one. The target audience that you're dealing with is a very vulnerable population of this and a very shifting population. You may train 10 today, there may be 10 new people. So you have to find ways really to work around to get sustainable solution and something which has lasting impact for their lives. And so it just doesn't end up being a box ticking activity and has deeper meaning and meaningful impact on their lives. We can have a longer conversation on that and see how the best practices in the country and what has been done by other agencies and other organizations in Pune, in Bangalore. So there's Swachh in Pune and there is Hasaridala in Bangalore, which have worked with waste pickers very successfully. So those are the kind of practices that you need to be bring out, but they'll need to be long term.
So we have three
I
more.
just wanted to, okay.
One is
I
one
just wanted to
is
add
yeah. Sure,
a
sure.
line to what Monika ji just said. I think this is where the researchers, what Rohit and Varna, you both were talking about as well, that uh, some sort of data coming out in terms of the impact, disproportionate impact that this has on certain professions. And that, like for example, I think there was a news story that came a couple of days ago, which was about a traffic constable and the pulmonological challenge that he was facing because of the kind of exposure that he had over years at a traffic signal. Similarly, of course, we know that you make, as Monika ji said, that make a waste speaker aware about the fumes that he or she is inhaling working at that Gazipur landfill is one thing. Of course, they don't have the agency. They can't just say, oh, well, imagine someone chooses to be a waste picker, not out of luxury, but because they don't have any other job, as in they're not given a call center job somewhere that they have rejected and now therefore chose to go through somebody's waste in that sense. So unfortunately, they are already in that social hierarchy and many things long below. That data is extremely important for us as researchers to look at how is it affecting the poor the most, what sections of the poor are getting the affected the most, what is also fiscally, what I was telling earlier, that is there repercussion of bad air on both their longevity, their profession, their earning capacity. How many days do they actually have to, uh, how their, perhaps their monthly budget, family budget, is now is going towards not able to go to work or through to medical bill and so on and so forth. So that kind of a research will be able to quantify in some way that what is the impact of air pollution on certain professions. And of course, as in very, very drastic would be to, like, what Lung Care Foundation perhaps did, operated on a child's lung to look at how stunted lung growth or black lung is found. Imagine you actually do these health camps in some of these backyard of landfills in many areas to look at really, over last 10 years, what's the kind of impact that air pollution has had on these lungs of these waste pickers and things. So I think we will have to really make it very, very informed, data driven, both in terms of health data, the mortality plus morbidity data, plus economic data in terms of the impact that this has on, like right now, World Bank did a report many years ago in terms of what is the impact of air pollution on overall GDP, but also breaking it down to a family level for whom that money matters in that sense is extremely, I think, it would be interesting to really get into that. And of course, waste to energy needs to be called out. At the end of the day, we've been thinking, or the government is making us believe that disappearance of waste is the solution. It's not, as in, it's just that from solid, it is actually becoming gas. Or the New York Times report with regard to waste to energy plant of Okla is a telling story of how contamination has happened. As in, those companies should be sued for really contaminating both the soil, the air, and the water. And that was the finding of New York Times with regard to one waste to energy plant that we're talking about. And there are so many of them that as if that's the solution for our country in that sense.
Okay, so there are three more people who want to speak. Unfortunately, the names are what they are, so I'll have to ask nothing to speak. So please go ahead.
Nothing A059P. Can you please?
Yeah, I hope it's not nothing. So nothing, please. Oh, wait. I'll have
Unmute
to
it.
let you. Yeah. I know. I have unmuted. You'll have to unmute yourself.
Yeah, hello, is my voice audible?
Yes.
So hi, my name is Nirlep Chhabra. As like an elite panelist, Jay Dhar, I've also studied from modern school Vasant Vihar, and I'm a resident here in Vasant Vihar. I just wanted to use this forum to raise some awareness of our local community problem. That relentless deforestation in Aravali Biodiversity Park is eroding a vital ecological sanctuary, endangering native species and destabilizing the region's natural resilience. Immediate public awareness and collective action are essential to safeguard this irreplaceable green corridor for future generations. Dr. Kiran Bedi and other politicians are well aware of the Kusumpur Pahadi or labor camp or the Jhukki Jhopri colony that has mushroomed here in near vicinity of Basant Vihar. It's already eroded like around 10 acres of Aravali Biodiversity Park, that is roughly 400 acres. That's nearly 10% is of it's already deforested and been replaced by JJ Colony. And at this rate, in another 10 to 15 years, it'll be nearly 50% of the Aravali Biodiversity Park would be occupied by the JJ Colony. So yeah, I just wanted to raise this awareness through this forum. So there's immediate action is taken up in, and just not that voter bank is catered to, and rest of middle class, upper middle class, and are so-called the other class and the rich are left out of the conversation. Thanks, and hope we can meet in person soon.
So next is Shekhar.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Rohit, for giving me a chance to speak. And thank you to Madhur for organizing and all your team. As Vimlendu was talking about the landfills and the waste workers, they don't choose. And I was also got to aware about like a waste worker's life is just average waste worker's life is 45 only. And I was after hearing this, me and a couple of my friends in my colony, I stay in Kailash, is east of Kailash, which comes in GK constituency. My friend Tanvi Saad, Palak, we actively formed a green army to fight the waste in our colony. And it's so called like a literate, educated people. Even I was also one of them, but I was not knowing about waste segregation. As Monika ji is very actively working on it. I learned about it on the internet, about the NCR waste matters also. And we have been actively participating with IPCA and WOW. So we are currently doing door-to-door campaigns, awareing people, and we're just crossing our fingers. And yes, many people are supporting us. But what major gap I feel is because one of the local councillors which came to our local function in our RW function, now she's currently promoted to MLA. I don't want to name her. She said, this is all waste. Composting से कुछ नहीं होगा. आप कर लो. आप थोड़े टाइम करोगे फिर थक जाओगे. मतलब as a leader, she should have not said that. And she was talking about waste to energy machines, which are happening, which are like placed in landfills. She said that is the solution. So my major question is, the people who are in power right now, they should be first educated because they are role model for the society. And when they just come to our colony, what their voice is, it matters a lot. Because as we all know, the current ruling party, I don't want to talk about that. They don't talk about the issues, the burning issues on the ground. They just talk about religion, they just talk about everything under the sun, but they don't talk about these things. So as I was hoping from this group, like, and really grateful, like, people who are actually thinking about it, they want to work on it, and they want to make the politicians, make the people in power who are accountable. And as somebody said, it's a public health emergency, and it's not the time of paracetamol, it's the time of surgery. So how do we make people accountable? How do we make our leaders like, aware about the because there's enough data, there's enough research. I don't think so we don't need to conduct more researches now. And I am a victim too, like, since last 3 weeks, my throat is very bad. I think I'm a living research right now. So my question is, like, how to aware these people. So over to you, Rohit, whoever can answer me. Thank you.
I think both Monika ji and Mr. Dhar Gupta could try answering this. Whoever wants to go.
Jay, would you
So
like to go first?
Can I just interject for a minute? We just need to have some sense of time. I'm not saying anything needs to stop, but maybe keep a deadline of around 11:30, if that's okay, because we've been on since 9. So if there are questions, keep it brief, please, and also the responses. Don't take it otherwise.
I'll make it very, very short. I'm struggling myself with this issue of accountability from anybody in that's part of the governance machinery. I fail to understand myself how, in a time of a public health emergency, we don't even know who the health minister is of Delhi, and there's no statement from Ministry of Health, Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Education. Our children are still going to school. From the sports ministry, people are still pursuing sports. All the clubs are still open where people go and do whatever they need to do to be active. And that's the problem, right? I mean, the whole system is trying to normalize an AQI of, whatever it is. I mean, anything above 200 is horrible, as far as I'm concerned. And that's the reason we need these groups, and we need uh, protests, and we need media. Like, the whole machinery needs to rise. I mean, that's why we're doing this. It's not happening. There is no focus on health and environment right now. And I said this recently because I was also introspecting. Where did our Swachh Bharat kind of mission go out of the whole bag of tricks that our central government had? That was a good one. But let's call a spade a spade. I think the $5 trillion economy goal directly conflicts with climate and air pollution. I mean, it's a goal to drive irresponsible consumption. It's a goal to drive irresponsible construction, irresponsible development. Whatever we're doing is at the cost of health and environment. Let's be very clear. I don't think anybody in government is making any calls based on health and environment. At least I haven't seen one. In the last few years. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. We need a conscious consumption kind of agenda, right? And we are the consumers at the end of it. So if consumers start calling out these polluters, whether whoever is doing the plastics, whether it's an Amul or a Nestle or whatever, we need to start calling out, these businesses as well, who for profit are compromising our health and environment. How to get accountability from government? I mean, I'm baffled myself, and that's why we need public protests. That's why we need media. We need to all kind of be out there sensitizing people and making this a vote bank issue. That's the only way to get accountability out of government.
I'd like to add to what Jay said. You spoke about educating the counselors. That was the key question that I think you'd also posed. You know what? for waste management, the rule-making body is MOEFCC, and the enabling body is MAUA, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, and then SBM is under their Chhatrachaya, So MAUA does a lot of training for bureaucrats, for IS officers, for all the different municipalities. And CSC has been also a Center for Science and Education under Sunita Narayan has been doing a wonderful job of creating workshops for different groups of people, whether they are working in the government, whether they are citizens, to train them for waste management. Now this counselor comes in a very strange category because they don't come under the government banner, so they are not getting trained from MAHUA, and they are not motivated enough to join a CSC workshop. So they make up blunders. Like in Gurgaon, we had this unique problem where suddenly every housing apartment was putting incinerators, small incinerators, to burn the waste. So that is not going to generate compost. It's only going to create more emissions. It's going to consume more electricity. And you're not going to get anything which is worthy of being used in the soil after your waste is burnt. So what we did, we had a wonderful commissioner those years, and we told him that you must put a ban on these waste to energy, these incineration machines that are just cropping up in every community. So he said, look, I can't. And we were impaneling vendors for the city so that vendors who were not using the right technology should not be able to get into the city. And what happened? He said, look, I can't give a blanket no if you can give me some sort of a study. And we said, okay, let's do a pilot with all these machines. So he was good enough. I mean, this is what I call leadership. He took on a suggestion, and he gave all these vendors 5 machines space in different areas of the city. He gave them electricity. He gave them a regular supply of waste. And at the same time, we were monitoring natural organic ways of composting. And sure enough, when we finished the study, and I wrote and authored a paper on this, which we presented to the municipality, and we said now it is clearly documented that these machines are not generating compost, and they're not they're not beneficial for the environment in any way. Uh, the argument was won, and we were able to block these machines out of Gurgaon at least. So I mean, it's sad that the government's portal, they have this portal where they promote machines, and they sell their various I forget the name of the portal. Where you can understand what the government, what kind of technology they are selling, and they are selling these incineration machines by the dozens. So which is a pity if the government doesn't understand that this is the machine which is going to harm your and it doesn't serve the purpose of soil regeneration, doesn't serve the purpose of waste management, doesn't serve the purpose of consumption of electricity and fossil fuel usage. And even then, if you're promoting it, there is definitely a misalignment between a vision and execution. So we clearly don't have a vision there. And that vision document, which I think even the nation is missing, cities, of course, are falling way behind. We don't have a vision document, and we are not aligning all our forces and our resources and all our, intent towards that vision. So this is answering the knowledge gap, which counselors usually have, but you need to steamroll them with data that do not use incineration. There's enough data, and sometimes maybe you can just call out in NCR Waste Matters if you're having a problem like that. Or we've become a quieter group because we are sometimes just so tired of social media talking, but there is more than enough data available if you need to fight your battle against this kind of I mean, of course, Okhla WT hasn't won that battle yet, though there is more than enough data around that. There has not been a single waste to energy plant which has functioning effectively and well in the whole nation. In spite of that, there are plans to build at least 100 more. Sad.
Thank you, Monika ji. I just want to say those who wish to leave, may leave. All the speakers, thank you so much. But I am here for another half an hour if anybody wants to stay back and chat. So thank you so much, speakers. Thank you for taking out 2.5 hours for us. Really grateful to each one of you. Yeah,
Thanks,
so
Madhur. More power to you and to everybody, to all of us.
yeah. And like I said, whoever wants to stay back and we can chat. I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, so members from the group, would you like to say something? How's your experience been of the WhatsApp group? Any suggestions? What did you think of the online meeting? How can we move forward? Anything you'd like to say? Sumanji, I think you've been wanting to say something. Okay. Yes, Suman. Yeah,
Namaste, ma'am. Am I audible?
yes, yes.
Yes. Namaste, everyone. Actually, ma'am, I'm working in Lieutenant Atul Kataria Memorial School, and I'm a teacher there. I just wanted to know how we can sensitize the students about this air pollution and what are the steps we can tell them to take in the school or outside the school or at home. Could you please help me with that?
So I think Mr. Jayadhar was a good person for that answer. So he's prepared this manual or a pager for example, if the air quality hits a particular mark, what to do, air quality hits another mark, what to do. So I think he had floated on the group also. One is that. And secondly, as far as awareness is concerned, there are some good awareness videos prepared by Dr. Arvind Kumar on Instagram and Lung Care Foundation. So they will tell you things like a newborn starts smoking, not even newborn, and when there's a child, what do you call when 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 the child is in the womb, they start smoking from then. So they'll give you good, accurate data, Dr. Arvind Kumar and Lung Care Foundation. And we also, I think, gradually, if we get a good team together, we can also make some awareness videos of our own if that happens. But for the time being, Dr. Arvind Kumar and Lung Care Foundation are good places to start. And I'll try and look up the document that Mr. Dhar Gupta has prepared. It should be on the what? Are you on the WhatsApp group? Sumanji. Okay. हाँ रमा गोयल जी, can you I've asked you to unmute. Rama Goyal ji, you can
Yes, yes, I've unmuted.
yeah.
I've unmuted, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So actually, okay, I'm based in Delhi, of course. That's why I'm part of this group. And I used to be an economist at one point of time, but I'm not now. I'm just doing my own thing, writing and all that. So that's just my introduction. But coming to this thing, I actually joined the session a bit late, so I didn't hear the speakers initially, only later on. So, but I just wanted to say that, I mean, we talked about waste management and, those things. And my suggestion is that I feel that, Delhi is too large. And of course, we leave it to the government to do waste management. But I think we need to decentralize it at some level. For example, composting can be done at the local level, we don't need to send all our organic waste to some plant somewhere. I think each RWA could be assigned or should be made sensitized to this issue. And I used to do composting also of my own organic waste myself. And then I find that sometimes what happens is people are in flats or some places and they cannot do it themselves on their own. So at least in a local setting, it can be done by the RWA. And I think the challenge for us, for this group, is to keep the pressure on, not only now, but keep it on throughout the year. And because there will be a time when people will just get back to just like normal, where they say, okay, it's not such a pressing issue for them at that point of time. So I think that's going to be a challenge. And I think another challenge, I'm part of the WhatsApp group also. Another challenge, of course, is a large number of people. So there's too many messages. And so that's one challenge. And the other challenge, of course, would be because it is a political issue. I mean, I mean, obviously the politicians are involved, the government is involved, so that it's at an individual level what we can do and what the government can do. But so we have to make it a political issue without making it against any political party, if you know what I'm trying to say, because it shouldn't get hijacked into an anti uh, anti pro or pro one political party. So I
Absolutely. I
think
agree.
that is very important. So how to do that, how to make it a political issue without actually politicizing it, I think that's what I'm trying to say. So that's going to be a challenge. But also, I don't know how it can be done, but I mean, in one of the parks in Delhi, for example, we could have, I mean, of course, we need parks for people to walk around and so on, but in some areas, you could have something like, like little sort of mini urban forests, you know, uh, like that, where you have like little, almost like natural farming, where, there's no tilling, nothing, and you just have forests. So I think that could breathe some air into our lungs if possible, I think these would be my suggestions and my concerns. Um, yeah, I think my concern with joining this would also be just what I said, that I don't want this to become just a political,
Right.
something like anti some party, because eventually, today we have one party, tomorrow there'll be another party. So they
Absolutely.
all, we politicize it, and the current opposition takes advantage of it. But then when they come into power, they're not going to do anything either. So, they're just going to use it for their advantage.
Yes.
So that's the thing, and it's a great initiative, I must say, and
So,
coming together with people. But
yeah,
we
I'm
have to
very.
take it forward and keep it on. Okay, bye. I think I've spoken too
That's
much.
okay. I just wanted to say I'm very, very mindful of that political hijacking that you talked about, and I am totally against it. So I will do my best to keep it a neutral kind of space where people just talk about the issue. And because otherwise it's the same thing. This party is going to come and that party is going to go. And, and even with Congress and AAP, I feel if they have to, if they don't have any locus standi yet to join this movement, because first they have to prove that they are minimizing pollution in their own states. It will start with that. First you show us your model, then if your model is right, then we'll implement it in Delhi, because they already have state governments in different states. So they should show us that they can give clean air to their own states, only then we'll get them to Delhi.
Well, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Yes.
They have to show us a model first.
Okay.
How do we believe that they will make a change anyway? So,
Yeah, that's true.
anybody else? Okay, so there's Manisha Kapoor. Okay. I'm asking you to unmute. Is it working, Manisha ji? Yeah.
Yeah, can you hear me, Madhur?
Yes, I can.
Yes. Thank you so much for putting all of this together, and a lot of power to you, and a big thank you from my side. What I would like to, and I've also stated in a lot of the chats that I have written, I agree to all the points. And I would like to contribute in terms of actually helping set an action forum, because it's a collective change and we need to create ripples all across. So I would actually want to have a conversation with you, whenever, we can kind of find time, because I'm a transformation specialist in terms of change management, and I've worked with the World Bank and McKinsey, and I've done it for other countries, from moving towards a green transformation and not using fossil fuel and pollution and stuff. So why not for my own country, in terms of or my state or city? So I don't know the answer, but I want to contribute to the answer and the solution in whatever way I can. So that's where, so which is why I'm saying it's a collective that will work. One solution, we'll never have one solution for this multifaceted issue that is here at our hand. We'll have to go strata by strata. We'll have to go at different layers of change, and we will need to create some change agents. And there's a lady who was asking about what do I do with the safai karamcharis and stuff. A lot of times we don't understand their reality and their challenges. So agar kuch unme se hame log mil rahe hain jo samajh rahe hain and want to do that, then there we want to make them the change champions of their own community, ताकि there are certain small circles of influence that they are able to contain, to make at a sustainable basis, because it is a migrant moving population. So how do you kind of make that sustainable? That answer will be different. From affluent, it will be different. So don't want to take too much of everybody's time here. But Madhur, from my perspective, I would like to offer my time and my brain in terms of whatever way it can help. But I'm more in terms of action oriented. Let's get to solution mode. That'll be what my urge would be. So Madhur, I'm not able to hear you because you're on mute.
Yeah, so I just wanted to say we'll get Tanvi to speak, and then maybe you can share your views on what Dr. Kiran Bedi ji said. Is there any way, how can we implement it? What you think
We
about?
can. We
So
can.
Tanvi to, okay,
Yeah.
Tanvi,
Mm.
yeah, speak, Tanvi.
Hi.
Hi.
So I have been really angry and bothered about this whole issue. Anger is just frustrating me, and I'm like, okay, leave it. Like, but people out here, the problem is we are not aware. That is the main problem. They don't care. Forget about anybody else, like my mom and dad. I'm speaking to them right now that air equality is bad. You don't shouldn't even work out outside. They're still going for it. You understand? There's still people in the park, they're walking every day. Old people. All right. So main is awareness in the parks which we walk in. I might have to go in the park. That's awareness which people need to know that the data which we're talking about, right? And it's not just this pollution. It is air pollution, it's food pollution, it's all kind of pollution which we're facing right now. And it should not be just one issue. And it's all going into our body, killing us each and every day, right? So the problem is how, if government is not acting on it knowingly, it's not that they're not aware, they know it, okay? What is stopping them to do good for us? When we are paying our taxes, they even took my car away for the pollution. Okay, understood. It was parked. I was in Goa. They took it away. It took them one day to make it reach to Bagpat, to UP. Okay, so it's not in Delhi vicinity anymore and you cannot fight it out. All right. So forget about that. I don't care. The car had to go. It's fine. The problem is, what is the solution which I've got as a citizen till now? So we are coming together, obviously, but we are 800 right now. Okay. It's very less. What's the population of Delhi right now?
Hmm. Hmm.
The population of Delhi. What is the population of Delhi? And what we are, just nothing. We're just peanuts right now. We need to get to masses, as everybody said. How do we get that? We talk to our maids. We talk to our people, okay, who are there around us. I talk to all these MCD people. I sit with them. I have chai with them. I talk to them. They are also suffering. One person, cleaning person in MCD, in our colony, Kailash Hills, he is going to Sannagar, he is going to Greater Kailash, and he's cleaning 5 parks in our colony. Nothing is cleaned. Okay. The problem is, why are we not holding MCD accountable for it? Why are we not going as a community to MCD right now and telling them our parks are not clean? We need more people here. If this is how you're managing the park, everybody should put a picture of their parks, okay? And we'll get to know what is happening in the group only. Put the picture of your parks. What is the condition? 6 days, no water onto the plants already dying. We do that ourselves. We have started with Green Army. We are the one who are running after waste segregation. RW is also do not have a deep interest in it. Okay. It now, because they support us. It's not that they don't support us. They completely support us. They are with us. Okay. But the kind of pressure we need to build, I don't want to say much. The problem is initiative from normal people like us also, around us only. Just see around you. If you're able to influence 10 people around you, it's a great job. And then those collective people, at least 300, like community, like 800 community, we stand together. And when there's a problem, we go to the MCD and tell them, this is your job. If you're not doing this, there's a fine on you, not on us. You are fined. you know, basically. That has to be done. And when that pressure builds in, every day MCD person is suffering or the other people is suffering, there are bureaucrats on top of that. The layer is there. IAS officer spoke to me, okay? He told me, I was like you once, okay? I had that anger in me and I was like that once, but it's gone now because we are like puppets. We can't do anything. They've become puppets. So that is from an IAS officer who's educated, you know, and there's corruption from everything. Where is the 30 crores where the water spilled? Where did it go? It's our tax money flowing, right? We need to get worried about that. And also, why are people voting? Are they even paying tax? The only people who should vote is actually who the people who are paying taxes, because this is our money and that's what we're paying for. We're paying for services, right? This is the fundamental thing. We are paying for services. Are we getting the service? No. So why are we paying? Why can't we have the movement like in like that freedom when we like there was no tax day? Like we will not pay taxes till the time we don't get the services. This is what they're living with, right? This is what they want. They just want money. They don't care about us. They don't care about anything else. Do they care? No. Their own children are there, and otherwise they're all abroad. They're not here. They don't, anyways don't care. So now you tell me what to do with this, because I think now the force is needed. I don't think so. A polite, like, you know, we can go politely and say, okay, now we'll be in the jail. Like they'll just send. There's no democracy left, first of all. Please believe this. There is no right to speak. Like we are speaking to each other right now. Also, if they see us, they'll ban us and they'll be like, okay, go into the jail. How can you speak like that to us? And the topic comes on to dogs. Imagine to deviate, dividing people from everything is division now. We are not together in anything. So I don't know what to. I really know what to do. It's actually going and asking questions. We have stopped doing. Okay, we have stopped asking questions. We have stopped asking for our rights. Everybody, and we've been like, "Chalta hai. It's all okay." And that's why this is happening, what's happening, because we've allowed it. All right. I'm done with this, yeah.
Yeah, but it's great that you have this green army going for you. And I think
It's
numbers
just
like,
started. It's like a good effort.
oh,
It's taking
excellent.
like, yeah,
It
and
it will, so you filled the form, Tanvi?
yeah.
So whoever I find from your area, I'll connect them to you. And then you become the leader of the area. And then make a team. You live in Kailash Hills, is
I
it?
live in Kailash Hills, and
Kailash.
Palak is my friend, and Shekhar just spoke to you also. So we are in a
Yeah.
group. Palak was initiating it. She knows Monika also pretty well. She's met them, and this is how she got
Oh,
the whole
okay.
knowledge of this. And
Right.
then we supported her in that Green Army thing. So we're trio, basically.
Oh, okay, that's really good. And Miss Shikharai is your MLA, is it? The MCD counselor who became the MLA leader, the MLA. Yeah, okay. That's okay. I think let's build a team in your area. Let's start with that. And you're already in touch with Monica ji, you said.
This one is Palak is.
One of you. Okay, so
Palak's Monika's husband was like his boss, her
oh,
boss,
okay.
basically.
So
Yeah.
maybe we can start a community composting.
We've started, we've got the
Started.
IPCC, we've got
Acha.
the
Okay,
bins
okay.
also. Now the vow is spreading the awareness all around in the
Great,
colony.
great,
But
great.
the thing is that a lot of people like, see, now it's a change for everybody.
Right,
Okay. So now when the change comes in, it's a little difficult to bring in, but I'm sure we'll get it.
right,
Even if we get like out of 600 houses, 1,000 houses, even if we get like 400, it's an achievement for me and us, like as a community altogether,
right.
basically.
Yeah, it
And
will
now
happen.
we're thinking of green planting all greens all over.
Excellent.
And we're not wanting to depend on the government at all. We were like, even like the safai karamchari, forget about anything else. एक सफाई कर्मचारी कितना काम कर रहा है
Mm-hmm.
बेचारा वो बंदा कहाँ कहाँ जा रहा है सुबह से लेके शाम तक आप कभी देखते हो आपके तो काम नहीं हो रहा सफाई नहीं हो रही sit with them ask them why
Hmm.
are people not on job Why they're just coming for 4 days? Private institutions भी ऐसा हो सकता है. और प्राइवेट इंस्टीट्यूशन सिर्फ अदानी और अंबानी को क्यों दी जा रही हैं? गैस जैसी चीजें, ओके, फोन जैसी चीजें, दिस शुड नॉट बी प्राइवेट. Because even when any government is off, okay, they're still ruling it. You understand what that means? It's a very scary situation. And if we do not take, it's still time, if we do not take action, and that to like a very, very severe action, everybody, things will not change, and they're going worse, and they do not care. We need to understand they do not care, but we care about our children.
Absolutely. They do not care. That is true. Okay. So you keep the movement alive, and we'll be in touch, and we'll work on our numbers. Let's try to get 10 lakh people together. And
20 lakhs.
okay,
10
all
lakh
right,
is
20
less.
lakh. Okay,
We
fine.
need at least 20% or 30% of it, you know?
We'll get there. So if everybody adds 10 people, see, the thing is, everybody adds 10 people, we'll get there. But the point is, we're a WhatsApp group right now. Now, how do we retain the people? Because people come and people go. Even people who are interested are finding it difficult to just stay connected because they open the mobile phone, there are 200 messages. So how do we retain these people? Suggest some ways. One is getting email IDs and sending emails so that people get the important messages. We can organize various campaigns and they'll get messages about it. Then, for example, you are doing this campaign in community composting campaign in your area. We can give it a boost on social media. These
Like Shekhar is suggesting, it's local meetups.
local meetups, and we'll help you. Let's take your community as a model community and let's put in our effort. Let's put in our energy there and make it a model community. What do you say about parks, community composting, mulching, trees? Let's start with that.
It's already started here, community composting and all, we've already started. The only thing is meetups for the serious issue, which is clean air, clean food. And what will hurt the government? Tell me that. Governance, what will hurt them? What will hurt them? Like if I'm a government today, okay, and I'm earning, मेरा तो सब भर रहा है, but earning से आप सांस तो नहीं ले पा रहे ना, सांस तो वही आप भी ले रहे हो. You're also breathing the same air, right? Or no? So now when everybody is breathing the air, either they don't know or they do not want to know. Or they do not have the education of that, how it's damaging their own kids, basically. उनके भी बच्चे हैं ना, उनके भी लोग हैं. What about them? Anyway, so I think let's do this community thing which you're talking about. And I'll write down the points, and also let's come out with how we can all be together in this in more strength.
Yeah, absolutely. Think about that. And
then we can put down that points.
Everybody should think about that. How do we build our numbers and how do we retain our numbers?
And what Kiran Bedi ji also said, okay, it's not a bad point for awareness.
Right,
Okay?
absolutely. Ground level action, awareness.
See,
And
one
awareness
is
what we
action.
need.
Action also needs to be taken. Okay? We need to go to authorities like MCD, build pressure there also. Okay? And उनका working रोको बीच का. वैसे भी काम बहुत कम करते हो. तो that's okay. बट जो काम जो हो भी रहा है, एक भी काम बता दो जो एमसीडी करती है और बहुत इतना अच्छा करती है कि प्रॉब्लम नहीं. फाइन करना आता है उनको बहुत अच्छी तरह. That's what they know how to do. They're very good at it. Okay. My outside my house, okay, there's a sewer lines and outside everyone's house, right? They were drunk. People were drunk. I don't know what they were doing. It's a lid. You just open, you keep the lid and you keep it back. They broke it. They broke it and they left it. People had dengue too. Old people, because they were crossing like the floor down. Okay, those people had dengue. And now imagine who's responsible for it. Who pays for it? Who pays for their bills? All this needs to come, and we need to report this. We need to report all these incidents.
Right.
And ये सबके पास होंगे. I'm telling you, आप किसी भी घर में चले जाओ, आप उनसे प्रॉब्लम पूछोगे, MCD की लिस्ट आ जाएगी अभी हमारे पास. No one's happy with the work.
Right, right. So I think Rajat wants to say something. Then let's
Yeah,
speak about Kiran Bediji's idea also. How
I think
he.
it's a very good idea for awareness for masses.
Hmm. Yeah.
Masses. How do we reach masses? They don't even know. I talk to these taxi guys. I talk to them, please mask पहन लो आप पूरे दिन travel कर रहे हो. उनको पता ही नहीं है.
Hmm.
हमको पता है because we are educated, we know these issues exist and how is it hampering them, and they are the most fragile one right now at this moment, more than us.
Right. Okay. Rajat,
Can I
would
can I say something on this just for 1 second?
Yes,
Not
sure, sure.
1 second.
I'm anyways working out of this. Okay, thank you.
Hi. Just wanted to say that this thing about them not being aware. We just did a survey in Delhi, and the distinction between how we respond to it and how the common people of the city respond to it is it's quite stark. When we ask this question to people in Vasant Kunj and slightly elite spaces, everybody said that pollution is a problem of the winters, and it's essentially stubble burning. But when we ask the same question to bastis, everybody responded with that this is a transport, this is a vehicular problem, this is also stubble but vehicular, and it is all year through. So about this awareness, I think actually we discount many times what the people are thinking. They already know about it much more than many of the middle classes. So just giving that perspective.
Great. Thank you. Rohit, I mean, sorry, Rajat, would you like to speak?
Yeah, so I just had a couple suggestions. So one was regarding all the action items that were discussed. If we can do have separate smaller groups, because I don't know how
Yeah.
many people would be interested in doing all those action items. And then, after a while, we can report what we did in that group to the main group. And
Right.
like
Right. Absolutely.
there was the weekly drives, local meetups, citizen police by Dr. Bedi, right?
Right.
And all these three ideas pretty much resonated with me. And regarding the citizen police, what I felt was that people are just looking at it as a form of awareness, but I think it's also a form of protest, because it's like a in your face kind of a thing where there's this van going around on the streets with a camera, as she said, and a media person. If we can get it implemented, as she said, right, then the officials are going to watch it because you're tagging them, the ministers, everybody, and it'll be an in your face protest instead of just it being at Jantar Mantar or someplace, right? And because it's continuously there, it's जैसे आपकी आंख में खटकती है वो चीज, and then maybe it will coerce them to take some action about it. So I felt very strongly that it'll be really good if that can be implemented in the way she sort of described and visualized it. Also, I am very much in for the weekly drives and local meetups where we all go and actually show some action on the ground, which then can be, serve as a role model for the officials actually to follow if they want to do something about it. Because now the citizens are coming on the road, they're doing something. It'll be really, something that will again coerce them to do their duties and their actions. So this all, if you look at it, sort of, encompasses like a protest, of different ways, different kinds, different expressions. But that is what I wanted to say. That's my suggestion, and thank you so much for organizing this, getting us all together. A lot more power to you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think we can maybe have a separate, I mean, those who are interested in Dr. Kiran Bedi's ideas, we can get together. And as far as local groups are concerned, the names that I have already, people who've registered, I'll organize them group wise. So you guys can function locally and become stronger locally. That is very, very important. And I thought there are a lot of people who are still there and on the group. So maybe we can get them to fill forms and then organize them as well area wise. So then we'll become a lot stronger. I mean, right now we are just numbers. We need to organize ourselves. So that has to happen at this stage. Ma'am, would you like to say something? Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Okay, 1 second. Hold on. Rohit, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, can you unmute Kiran, ma'am, please?
Everybody can. I have given everybody
Not
the access to. Yeah, they can unmute. Or you can unmute. I mean, sorry, I'm
Not
driving,
happening.
so
I'm not being able to do it. Oh. वो नहीं हो रहा है रोहित. Can you please do it, please? Just stop the car and do it if you can. For some reason, it's not happening. Oh. Ask you. Okay, ma'am. Can you speak?
yeah, she can unmute now. She'll have to because I can't unmute her.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Madhu, why I was saying is because the whole thing is still hot. It's still very relevant. And the government of the day is waiting for us to tire out. इससे हम थकेंगे नहीं. इससे we will bring it to the phase 2. And as very rightly said by my predecessor, and which has inspired me to speak to you, is इससे we will show them evidence on the back. क्यों कह रही थी कि हमने काम तो इन्हीं से कराना है. तो इनको हम निंदा करके कंडेम करके ना करें. हम इनको कोऑप्शन करें कि देखिए आपके बिना तो काम नहीं होना. तो हम किसी की निंदा नहीं करेंगे तो वो कोऑपरेशन मिलेगी और हमें हेल्प मिलेगी. हमको काम से मतलब है. हमको काम से मतलब है. हमको कंडेमनेशन से मतलब नहीं है. हम कंडेम करें एक और तरीके से, लेकिन जब ये करें तो हम लोग उनको साथ लेके चलें कि आप ही तो करने वाले हो. सरकारी तो बाद में है, काम तो आपने करना है ना. तो हम उसकी कदर करते हैं. तो मैं ये कह रही थी कि इससे अगर जब हम वैन्स घुमाएंगे ये इट विल कैच द इमेजिनेशन. इट विल रिमेन इन पीपल्स माइंड. एंड मैंने माइक इसलिए एविडेंस करा मूवी कैमरा ऊपर लगाने का ताकि उनको बोले कि हम लोग देखो, अगर आपने सबूत देखना तो देख लो, ये हालत है इसमें. और उसको आप सीएम को भेजो. उस एविडेंस को आप सीएम को और एनवायरमेंट मिनिस्टर को भेजो. अब आप सबूत दे जा रहे हो तो आप सबूत से भागेंगे कैसे? इसी द पॉइंट इज जो मैं कह रही हूं करने को, ये है सरकार का काम. इन्होंने नहीं किया और ना इन्होंने करना है. ये फील्ड में नहीं उतरते, ये प्योरीफायर में रहना चाहते हैं. हम इनको जबरदस्ती निकलवाएंगे इससे. तो कम से कम नहीं आ रहे तो दिखा दो. तो मैं ये कह रही हूं लेट्स बिल्ड इट अप. और हमको 9 वैन्स चाहिए. एक हफ्ता की भी ड्राइव कर लेंगे तो बड़ा हफ्ता भी लास्ट करेगा. अगर हम ये कर देंगे तो ये हफ्ता इसका इम्पैक्ट लास्ट करेगा. इसमें मीडिया को भी कह तो मीडिया की भी न्यूज बन रही है. मीडिया देख रहा है. हम तो कह रहे हैं कि ये तुम्हारा काम है. सो हम उनका काम ले नहीं रहे. हम उनका काम, सरकार का काम नहीं ले रहे. हम अब सरकार से काम करवा रहे हैं. That's the difference. We are now compelling them to perform. And देखो, हम देख सकते हैं तो आप क्यों नहीं देखते? अच्छा, फिर आप अनाउंसमेंट कर रहे हो कि हम ये करेंगे. आप करेंगे नहीं, करके दिखाओ. तो जब हम ये 9 डिस्ट्रिक्ट में 9 इसलिए कह रही हूँ क्योंकि दिल्ली बहुत बड़ी है. तो जब हम एक तरह का स्टैंडर्ड व्हीकल ले लें और इसकी पूलिंग कॉस्ट कर ले और उसमें अनाउंसमेंट भी करें. अनाउंसमेंट करे या ना करे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता, लेकिन जब वो मोबाइल दिखेगी, बाहर दिखेगी, जैसे एम्बुलेंस दिखती है, ऐसी है सिटीजन पुलिस अगेंस्ट पोल्यूशन. जब हम लोग सिटीजन पुलिस अगेंस्ट पोल्यूशन घुमाने लग जाएंगे और जगह जगह हॉटस्पॉट पे रुकने लग जाएंगे, उसका कैमरा पे लेने लगेंगे, उसको हम सोशल मीडिया में डालने लगेंगे, वी विल बिकम एन इफेक्टिव ग्रुप. वी विल बिकम इफेक्टिव. तो मैं ये नहीं कह रही हम उनका काम ले रही हूँ, उन्हीं का काम है, पोल्यूशन का काम है. हाँ, ये भी हो सकता है कि पोल्यूशन की व्हीकल देखते हैं, उनके पास कितनी गाड़ियां हैं, हम बोले हम आपके साथ चलेंगे. ठीक है, वील जॉब, हम आपके साथ मिलके काम करेंगे, हम आपके साथ भी चलेंगे, तो वो जॉइंट हो जाएगा, तो वो भी शर्मो शर्मी से काम करेंगे। अगर आपने इंडिविजुअली, देखो इंडिविजुअली मधुर नहीं चलना, मधुर नहीं चलना, ये हमको करवाना पड़ेगा काम, क्योंकि मेरी जिंदगी का एक्सपीरियंस ये है कि लीडर हैज टू लीड, और ये लीड नहीं कर रहे। लीडर, बिना लीडरशिप के आगे नहीं आएंगे कौन। लीडर हैज टू लीड। जब भी मैंने अपनी जिंदगी में ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन की है, आई हैड टू लीड, I had to lead where the trouble was. And then I led it, and then others started to get into a work culture of field work. So हमको field work का culture बनाने के लिए we as citizens में lead. उसके बाद देखोगे हफ्ता 10 दिन के बाद ये निकलने लग जाएंगे, और इनको हम इनाम भी देने लगे। 15 दिन के बाद इनाम देंगे। मान लीजिए हम वहां जाएंगे जहां ये काम हुआ है, और उसका सफाई कर्मचारी को मिलके धन्यवाद करेंगे, और देखिए आपकी वजह से सारी सड़क साफ होगी। हम वो वीडियो के बताएंगे, ये देखिए इस आदमी ने, पुराना राम कुमार ने काम किया, हमने राम कुमार को इनाम दिया, पब्लिक उसका धन्यवाद करती है। सो आई एम लुकिंग फॉर एन अप्रिशिएटिव अप्रोच रादर देन अ हॉस्टाइल अप्रोच, क्योंकि काम तो हमने इनसे कराना है, तो इनको रद्द करके ये गंदे गंदे, व्हाई बीट देम डाउन, वी हैव टू, बिकॉज और हमारे पास चॉइस ही नहीं है। सरकारी सर्विस का हम नहीं कर सकते, हम इनको जगा सकते हैं, इनाम दे सकते हैं, कंडेम नहीं कर सकते, इंस्पायर कर सकते हैं, लेकिन कई बारी कहेंगे, देखो वो कहेंगे आप कौन है जी, आप कौन है, बोले कोई नहीं, हम तो नागरिक हैं, लेकिन तुम्हारे बच्चे भी तो सांस ले रहे हैं, तुम्हारे बच्चे भी सांस ले रहे हैं, हमारे बच्चे भी सांस ले रहे हैं। हाँ मैं बड़ी खांसी आ रही है, ये खांसी आ रही है, तो आई थिंक लेट्स गेट द एक्सपीरियंस। मैं कह रही हूँ लेट्स अर्न एन एक्सपीरियंस एंड लेट्स सी। आई एम नॉट सेइंग दिस इज द अल्टीमेट, आई एम जस्ट सेइंग यस, ट्राई एन ऑप्शन व्हिच हैज नेवर एवर बीन ट्राइड. So let's form a citizen police against pollution and start patrolling. It's a patrolling van, observing van, and then documenting van. और मैं जो कॉल सेंटर का बोला है, कॉल सेंटर एक डॉक्यूमेंटेशन शुरू हो जाएगी, और वो पीसीआर को देंगे, we put it on PCR control room, उनको देते जाएंगे। क्या सो सकते हैं उससे? They cannot hide it anymore. तो अगर हमने कॉल सेंटर भी खोल दिया 1-800 पर, और एनसीआर रीजन में, तो एनसीआर रीजन में देयर इज अ कॉस्ट इन्वॉल्व, सो लेट्स वर्क आउट ऑन अ बजट। इसकी कॉस्ट क्या है, वैन्स की कॉस्ट क्या है, लोग कौन आएंगे, शक्ल क्या होगी वैन की, और कब से शुरू करेंगे, हम लॉन्च कर सकते हैं। और हमें कोई पब्लिसिटी नहीं चाहिए, कोई पब्लिसिटी भूखा यहाँ नहीं है। हम इस वक्त काम के लिए हम चाहते हैं सुधरे, मैटर सुधरे। देखो प्राइम मिनिस्टर को तो हमने आगे कर दिया, he has already declared in the newspaper what he's आज का, अगर आपने देखा, मैंने put it in the group also, he has done what he could, he has done it now, he had never held these meetings, he had never done it. Now when prime minister has done it, now we should feel energized by the prime minister's directions, we are putting in our bit, we can even say that. You see, हमको किसी पार्टी से मतलब नहीं, किसी व्यक्ति से नहीं, हमको कॉज से मतलब है. So I would say, Madhur, let's proceed as an idea. Now it has a cost. We officers can come together, plan a budget, and let's fund it for the next 2 weeks. तो हम 2 weeks की इसकी फंडिंग कर दें, और फंडिंग की टीम वर्क कर ले, जो कोऑर्डिनेट करना चाहते हैं करके देखो, let's have a 2 weeks plan and let's see the impact.
2 weeks plan. So should we just ask someone to volunteer a vehicle to experiment a bit? We can make a social media campaign within the group as well as outside. I can make write a few lines that this is the idea and we're looking for a van. If either, let's try it for 2 weeks. And also volunteers to run this in Delhi.
Exactly.
That.
And without
you
any
can
conflict.
rent a vehicle for a day, right? Like renting is also possible.
We are not going to be in conflict with the law. We will not challenge. We will not ताकि हमको detain कर ले. No, I don't want anybody to be detained. We are just moving around asking ये क्यों कर रहे हो जी, ये क्यों कर रहे हो, क्यों कर रहे हो, कुछ नहीं। मैंने कहा है इस वक्त हम सबमिशन में नहीं है, हम ऑर्डर नहीं कर सकते सरकार को ऑर्डर, इसीलिए मैंने प्लीडिंग की थी, ताकि कोई कहे हुक्म कौन क्यों मचा रहा। वी प्लीज, वी प्रेयर, वी रिक्वेस्ट, वी इंस्पायर। तो अगर हम एक गाड़ी भी अभी घुमा दें, मैं कहती हूँ एक गाड़ी, लेकिन एक गाड़ी के बदले अगर हम 5-6 घुमाएं तो उसका इम्पैक्ट होगा। एक नॉर्थ में जाए, एक साउथ में जाए, एक ईस्ट में जाए, एक वेस्ट में जाए। अगर हम 4 गाड़ियां 4 डिफरेंट डायरेक्शंस में भी चलवा दें, लेकिन उसकी शक्ल बार होनी चाहिए, उसकी बैनर पर लिखा होना चाहिए सिटीजन्स अगेंस्ट पोल्यूशन. ये बैनर बार इट शुड स्पीक लाइक एन एम्बुलेंस स्पीक्स. एब्सोल्युटली करेंगे तो इम्पैक्ट. देखो एक साथ अगर आपने इम्पैक्ट डालना है तो 4 डायरेक्शन से अलग से ले लो. इम्पैक्ट नहीं करना तो एक बढ़िया आइडिया खो जाओगे. Don't, you have to create an impact, and impact comes by scale, and the scale is at least 4 directions.
Okay. So a 2-week plan for this mobile van. Okay,
sorry.
let's start let me work on this. Let me get a few lines together. Let me float it on the group as a starting point.
किसी मैन्युफैक्चरर के पास चले जाओ, ऐसे के पास चले जाओ, हमें 4 व्हीकल चाहिए, उसको फ्रेश पेंट करके ये लिख दो, वापस ले लेना 2 हफ्ते के बाद. इट कैन बी स्पॉन्सर्ड, उसमें स्पॉन्सर भी लिख सकते हैं. और इसमें आई थिंक आई हैव सीन वेरी गुड आइडियाज. एक तो स्कूलों पर दबाव डाले कि अपनी अपनी बसेस को इलेक्ट्रिक करें विद इन सच टाइम, और उस स्कूल में पहुंच जाए, उस स्कूल में पहुंच जाए जिनकी बसेस इलेक्ट्रिक नहीं है. मैम उस यही हमारी गाड़ी स्कूल पे पहुंच जाए. Ma'am, your buses are not doing electric yet. Yes, ma'am. Yes, madam. Yes, friends. I'm planning it. It will be done in a month. So you are putting moral pressure on them. धीरे धीरे ऐसे सेगमेंट्स को ले सकते हैं. This is how called hotspot. Go to a hotspot. एक polluting vehicle देखो. I am inspired by तुमने एक डाला था WhatsApp पर, एक 3 व्हीलर कोई गाड़ी जा रही थी, 3 व्हीलर की स्मोकिंग का आपने डाला था, और I put it in. It's very good. That's called citizen police. I got the idea of citizen police from that clipping of yours.
Kiran ma'am, do you think well, you also being in the force, do you think like the cops will stop that van?
No, it wouldn't.
It is
No, it
legally
wouldn't.
viable to call it a citizen police
No,
van.
not at all.
Okay.
You are not
Okay.
breaking any law when you call it outside citizen police against pollution. And मैंने सोचा चलिए माइक भी न मत दीजिए, वो कहेंगे परमिशन नहीं ली थी, चलिए नहीं लेते. कैमरा तो हाथ में है. Nothing stops me from getting to a hotspot and clicking it, Putin, and talk to them. अगर हमें स्वीपर मिल गया, सुबह स्वीपर मिल गया, 9 बजे 8 बजे सुबह स्वीपिंग कर रहा है और वो डस्ट उड़ा रहा है, दैट्स व्हेन यू शूट. उसको बोलो भाई साहब, आपको किसी ने बताया नहीं है कि ऐसे मिट्टी नहीं उड़ाते, क्योंकि ये मिट्टी तो आपके मुंह में आ रही है, आपने मास्क भी नहीं लगाया हुआ. तो हम लोग जब ये पर्सुएसिव अप्रोच लें मनन जी, तो दैट इज वेयर इट विल वर्क. ये नहीं लेंगे तो ये ठंडा हो जाएगा और आपकी इतनी सारी में दोबारा उठ के करोगे. दोबारा कितने पास और एनर्जी होती है, बड़ी प्रायोरिटीज ऑफ लाइफ और भी होती है. लेट्स बिल्ड ऑन दिस हीट एंड दिस मोमेंटम यू बिल्ट. Don't lose this momentum, but we have to take it to the next level. And the next level is carrying forward where the Prime Minister has already directed. Now we are bringing you evidence whether your plans are being implemented in execution. So we are now in execution mode, not replacing the government, but playing our role called the citizen police.
Anybody wants to say anything?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that we need to make sure, I mean, it's a suggestion, we need to make sure that these vans are EV, because अगर हम खुद ही pollution को contribute करेंगे तो and second, अगर हमें किसी तरह की मदद ये जो EV वाले manufacturers हैं इनसे मिल सके, इस बार like CSR के through या जिसके भी through ये करने में, तो that will be also helpful, because उनका भी प्रचार हो जाएगा कि भाई EV vehicles is pollution में best है, something like that. So if that can be taken.
And we can ask for a trial. We won't buy. We'll just say you
trial,
lend it to us.
yeah, whatever.
We'll borrow it from you.
Yeah,
You give us a driver and a car.
Right.
And 2 weeks.
And you need not paint the van. You can have banners. And ma'am, my request to Dr. Kiran Bedi is, if the initial runs in every area, these 4 areas we are starting with Delhi, if you are there in the van, ma'am, it will establish some level of confidence for people to come out and also, be part of the initiative.
I'll be very happy to serve you. No problem. But I'm not looking for any publicity. I'm not looking. I'm only there to help and strengthen this movement. So please take it for granted that if you want me to join in, I'll join in. But I'm not, because if the media asks me, I'll attribute it back to this group, the citizens group, which has come together. It's not an individual movement. It's not an individual idea. It's a collective idea which has come.
Great. That's great.
So
Yeah,
I
sorry,
would,
I am.
and that is where the group which has been formed, Madhu or whoever can be the face of this group should be part of the. They should speak up. I'm with you, but they must speak up that this is a citizens group which we held meeting, and that's where the group resolved that we want to take it to. We may build a mobile citizen police against pollution. That's it. और हम जगह जगह हॉटस्पॉट पे रुकेंगे. हम हॉटस्पॉट पे रुकेंगे, हम वो गाड़ी को ट्रैक करेंगे, उसको टेल करेंगे जिसका धुआं निकल रहा है, या वो बड़ी छक्कर छक्कर जा रही है. सो आई थिंक दैट इज वेयर इट विल वर्क. ये काम है और लोकल पुलिस का, ये काम है पोल्यूशन वालों. ये किसी ने नहीं किया, ये इसीलिए नहीं हुआ है because nobody has been on the ground level. That's why I said ban the purifiers, because इनको निकलता ही नहीं है फील्ड से. ये दफ्तर में से निकलते नहीं है, और ये मंत्री लोग भी नहीं निकलते.
Kai Lucy? Huh? Acha.
I think what ma'am has said is an excellent idea, because we need to build public pressure. And I think of all the modes that we are thinking of, sorry, I'm wearing a mask because I'm outside and I had to bring my kids for a class. So that's why I had to shift to outside of the meeting. But just have a quick suggestion to make. Given that how, and I have nothing against any government, please take it with that the government will be extremely careful of what kind of protest is happening. And all the more reason, because it's not as if that government in a justifiable role should not object to this this form of, not protest, but this form of awareness campaign. But unfortunately, if it does, then we have to be careful about that as well.
Don't worry, nobody will object. Nobody has a legal right. We are not announcing.
Ma'am, I know, legal rights, yes, but the government doesn't only go by legal rights.
नहीं मेरा सुनिए रोहित जी, घबराओ मत, इसमें घबराओ मत. हम कोई लॉ नहीं ब्रेक कर रहे, हम फॉलो द ट्रैफिक रूल्स. हम सिर्फ, लेकिन ये बिना 4 व्हीकल्स के काम नहीं बनेगा. मिनिमम एक लीडर उसमें. सो वी कैन ऑल हैव people who can be the spokesperson on that. Leaders. That means we are really needing more leaders. I can be one of them, but you need 3 more. 3 more to be part of the vehicle. और चारों vehicles एक जैसी लगनी चाहिए, एक जैसी बार लिखी होनी चाहिए, एक जैसा मॉडल होना चाहिए, ताकि वो पहचानी जाए. इधर की जाए उधर जाए, उधर की इधर जाए, इधर की इधर जाए, पहचानी जाएंगी. That's where the messaging works. You need a messaging. Please get my point.
I'm all for it. This is an excellent way to campaign against air pollution. And I totally agree with you that if we can do this, if we can pull it off, it will be fantastic. Also, because we are getting the media coverage currently, we being air pollution, so it will definitely have an impact there.
ऐसे करें, अगर आपको consideration है, 14th is a Sunday. Now it's just next Sunday, right? Next Sunday. If we can prepare ourselves for next Sunday, and let's start it on Sunday morning. And let's go. Let's start from somewhere. Somewhere we begin. These four vehicles are parked. 4 teams rounded, and they do a 2-hour, 3-hour round of Delhi. That's it. आज नहीं कर लो. Sunday morning का round कर लो. आप 14th को use कर लो. 14th morning को Sunday है, और किसी जगह प्लान कर लो. पार्किंग कर ले कहीं पार्क में जहां पार्किंग एरिया है, वहां पार्किंग करके वहां से 4 डायरेक्शंस अलग अलग जाए और घूमते रहे. और जहां पर हमें हॉटस्पॉट मिले वहां पर रोके. कन्फ्रंटेशन नहीं करनी, लड़ाई नहीं करनी, सर बोलना है कि देखिए हम इतने थक गए हैं, बीमार हो रहे हैं, आप क्यों कर रहे हैं ऐसे, कब बंद करोगे, क्यों नहीं काम ठीक करते. तो हम लोग ऐसा करते करते वो अब द मीडिया विल आस्क यू, ये देखें कितनी देर लास्ट करेगा, ये देखें कितनी देर चलेंगे. उतनी देर चलेंगे जब तक हमें रिलीफ नहीं मिलती, महसूस नहीं आती. हम तो प्राइम मिनिस्टर साहब ने कहा, आज प्लानिंग दे दी, हम तो अब उनकी मदद में निकले नहीं, उनकी ना भी बोले. हम कहें अब सिटीजन, हम अपने नागरिक जिम्मेवारी निभा रहे हैं. Crime prevention is, by the way, the responsibility of the citizen. By law, we are all duty bound to prevent crime. By law. And that's where we forget. So I would suggest, consider as 14th, Madhur, 14th morning, we can plan. And if you agree, I will reach the spot Once we have these 4 vehicles, wherever you want me to reach, I'll reach there, and and we'll all wear masks. We have to protect ourselves because we'll be exposing ourselves more for those 2-3 hours. But we go 4 different directions. Look, kahin traffic mein khade honge, kahin wahan honge, kahin media. You will see it will catch attention. पहले दिन क्यूरियोसिटी होगी, दूसरे दिन देखें क्या करते हैं, तीसरे क्या होगा, चौथा. Well, it's a week long campaign. Let's say we are doing a week long campaign. Let's declare 1 week. 1 week.
Ma'am, first it will take me some time to organize the van, and right now I have to. I'm
4
hoping
jeeps.
to be able to 4
4 jeeps. Use 4 jeeps. 4 jeeps. 4 jeeps and EV.
Yeah, so it will take me some time. I'll have to put it on social media and ask people around. That's step 1. Then we'll have to build teams around it. Figure out who's, which are the people who can go in which vehicle. And these are 2 points that come to my mind. And it will take some time to organize this campaign.
Can I just ask something?
One second, was I audible? Did I get?
Yes, you were. I think Kiran ma'am's video was frozen.
Oh,
I think perhaps some
मेरा
internet
ठीक
connection.
हो गया. Citizens against police visiting hotspots. Just right, visiting hotspots. It conveys the meaning. और एक तरफ हिंदी, एक तरफ अंग्रेजी. इधर अंग्रेजी, इधर हिंदी. Pollution के खिलाफ नागरिकता की जिम्मेवार. हम जिम्मेवार. We are just responsible. We are exercising. If I'm also asked, why are you doing it? I'm a citizen first. I breathe the fresh air. I'm a citizen. I was a police officer, but I'm a citizen. I'm a citizen of the city. I love my city. And that's why I'm at it.
So, something is wrong.
Something. Connection में problem आई.
No, it's me. I don't have electricity
Madhur,
here.
don't join from 2 different devices. That's what creates the echo.
All right. So, ma'am, I was just saying that's going to take some time to organize the vehicle.
Take your time.
Teams. Because
Take
the
your
teams are also new. This WhatsApp has been like a startup.
Yeah.
So it just started and lots of people joined. So we
Yeah.
have to figure out who are the people who can take it. So teams will take time, vehicles will take time.
ठीक है,
But
no problem. But
yeah.
don't delay, Madhur. It's because ये गरम है. ये ठंडा हो जाएगा, रिवाइव करे. ओहो, ये तो पुरानी बात है. अब तो ये काम ठीक हो गई है. See, that's what I'm saying.
Okay. All right.
जब तक ठंडा ना करने देना, इसको गर्म रखना है, कोसा भी रखना है. लेकिन ठंडा हो गया तो रिवाइव करना बड़ा मुश्किल है.
Right.
Sundays को सफाई कर्मचारीज नहीं आते हैं, so you'll find dirt all over. You'll have to do it say on a Saturday or some other day.
हाँ, Saturday या Sunday ले लो. 14 दिसंबर is a Sunday. तो हम लोग किसी जगह चले, राजघाट चले जाएं, राजघाट से शुरू कर दें. राजघाट से चले जाए. तो वहां से 4 गाड़ियां लेके उसके साइड्स में ऐसा ये लिखा हो, नागरिक जिम्मेवारी पोल्यूशन के खिलाफ हॉटस्पॉट्स की नजर में. उधर हिंदी में भी लिख दो. सो लिख के एक कपड़े पर वो कर देंगे और लगा देंगे. बाद में गाड़ी उतार लेगा. ई व्हीकल ले ले. 4 मैन्युफैक्चर जिसकी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग है वो कहते 4 व्हीकल्स उधार दे दो हफ्ते के लिए.
Okay. All right.
Ma'am, सब डरते हैं. Nobody wants to be, no corporate will come forward. We'll have to find some private individuals who will hire these to us.
ठीक है, 4 व्हीकल जरूर चाहिए, एक जैसी लगनी हुई सफेद वाली, उसके ऊपर लगे ये 4 व्हीकल्स. किराए पे लेनी है तो पैसे दे देंगे हम. Let's all contribute the cost of those 9 vehicles.
Okay.
Then we can contribute. Let's see the budget. मैंने कहा 6 घंटे भी घुमा दो तो कितना चार्ज करेगा? अगर 6 घंटे 4 व्हीकल घूमे कितना चार्ज करेगा? Hardly any. So we can all contribute the 900 of us. We can open an account, send your contribution here, and it can be even crowdfunded.
All right. Okay.
Look, I would say, Madhur, if we have to take this to a culmination and result oriented, this is the only way. आप लिखते रहो, बोलते रहो, सभी जगह समझ गए, प्रॉब्लम समझ गए, और सब एक्सपर्ट्स की अपनी अपनी बहुत वैल्यूबल ओपिनियन है, वो वैल्यू करते हैं, लेकिन एग्जीक्यूशन नहीं होने वाला, ये ठंडा हो जाएगा 2 हफ्ते के बाद.
Okay, so let me start working on this then.
जी हाँ, that's the culmination. आप सिर्फ 4 व्हीकल्स का कंडेप्ट मांग लीजिए. और कोई भी व्हीकल हो, मैं गाड़ी जरूरी है ताकि हम लोग प्रोटेक्टेड भी रहे, हम भी ये नहीं है हम बीमार होने जा रहे.
Okay. All right.
And our vehicle will have to be air conditioned from inside, because we can't be taking smoke, we'll all be falling in.
Right.
So 4 air conditioned e-vans.
All right.
E-vans can be jeeps, and preferably jeeps, because it has a height. We need a vehicle with a height.
All right.
I think.
Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask something. Kiranji,